Alright, what's up everybody? It's Lids, and we are back for some more Pyre Community RITE NITE, which means, of course, some good old-fashioned multiplayer Pyre, featuring first and foremost the members of none other than the RITE Club Discord server. If you are unfamiliar with said server, it is, of course, the place to be for all things multiplayer Pyre, which you can join by clicking on... oh, okay, I thought Core beat me to the punch there. No, yes, my name is Lids, but that, RITE Club, is the link to the Discord group in question. But those of you in chat, you are not off the hook, because you see the red circle with the white L below chat. You click on that, you will see all the various requests that you can make today for our players, including things like choosing players' exiles, masteries, talismans, songs, arenas, even Titan stars are all fair game. So, without further ado, let me jump into versus mode here, and let us get started in full. I'll hop into that Discord group, and let me know if anyone would like to do the honors of getting us started today. In the meantime, I'll just set us back to our defaults real quick here. Do we have any takers? It's okay, don't all volunteer at once. I know you guys are hanging out in the other Discord. I know we've got some peoples here. I mean, I'm happy to jump in as one of the two to get it started. I think we have the manpower, though. I know Rumi, yeah, I saw Rumi was saying earlier that he has homework, and by homework, of course, we mean Pyre to play. But no, no worries, no worries. Rumi? Alright, let's see. Did I... Hello, how's it going?
It's going. It's going.
If I'm not
Nice
mistaken.
to meet you.
Yes, good to meet you. This is one of the newest members of the RITE Club. Can I ask what name you would like for us to refer to you by, and preferred pronouns and all that stuff?
Oh, yeah, my name is Wisty. My pronouns are they, them.
They, them, wispy?
Wisty.
Wisty with a T. Okay, gotcha,
Yep.
gotcha.
Or Wisteria.
Wisteria or Wisty. Cool, cool.
Yeah.
Alright, so that means we have one person in, Wisty, and I could go against Wisty, or if we have someone else who is interested in jumping in to go against them, then of course, we have a spot there, so let me know. But at the very least, let me send you an invite here. Let's see. I believe you had sent me the friend request earlier today, did you not?
Yep.
Okay,
Yeah,
so I should have
see
it
you
here.
on my Steam list.
There you are. Whatcha? Invite has been sent. Should be on its way. Oh no. Oh no. It started. Thank you, Core. Thank you, Core. Alright, do I need to break out the note sheet again? Hold on. Hold on one moment. Okay, let's see. So... Arumi, I'm afraid you may be correct with that forecast. Let's see, as a reminder... Where did I write these down last week? Somewhere here. Or so I thought. Or so I thought. Yes, okay, so last week, just as a bit of a review, we had requests for... Oh, no, actually. No, last week... Okay, well, I was gonna say, at least the part that I wrote down was not forecast after forecast, although I do see that I had written down 7 casts at one point. So I suppose that means that we at least got up to 7, then I see a subsequent forecast. So yeah, I think we did 8 forecasts last week. So, you know, it is a thing, I suppose. Alright, and, well, the list of song requests does already continue to grow, so, okay, let us just take quick note of what we have building up here before we lose track. Okay, so, and a functioning pen would be helpful. There we go. Now it's working. Now it's working. You would think that after having seen... Oh no, I did spell it correct. I was going to say, for a second I thought I spelled forecasting correctly. I was like, you would think after having had to have spelled it numerous times, countless times, that I would know how to spell it. False alarm. False alarm. Okay, we have forecast. We have forecast. We have something not forecast. I pick. Okay. Lids picks. Okay. Got that. Then we have Snake Soul. Any other songs we'd like to add to the queue as this list gets going? Amanda, how's it going? 3 cast. The original perpetrator of the forecast chain. And I mean, yeah, you gotta go forecast. If you're gonna be the forecast person, you gotta be the person to get forecast. And apparently 5 casts as well. Okay, yeah, the list is already, I'm afraid, quite long. Core, I'm with you here. Please, Amanda, not 6 cast, anything but 6 cast. Oh no. Oh no. And Barrick, was that a song request for me humming Build That Wall? I don't think I'm capable of matching Ashley Barrett's skills there. 7 cast? Oh dear, the list is never ending, I'm afraid. Oh no. Oh no. It quite literally does not end. It quite literally is never ending. There's 8 casts. There's 9 casts. Hold on. 10 cast as well. Yep, can't say I didn't see it coming. Then 11 cast. Okay, alright, we did have to resort to this on one prior occasion. And dare I say, we are approaching that situation right now. Perhaps the aforementioned perpetrator may be able to surmise as to what I am alluding to, because you see, the thing is, 14 and 15 cast might be a little too much. Might just be a little too much. Oh my goodness. Alright, it is 30 cast. Yeah, rather than going through these individually, let's solve this situation by cutting to the root of the problem here. Let's just see, one moment here, please. Let's just go to the root of the problem, Let's just go to the root of the problem here for a second. Okay, so I'm sorry, what were we talking about? Something about the weather? Something about the weather, I think? Okay. Alright, so, yeah, let's see. Other than that, I think we were gonna play some Pyre. I think we might have been planning to play some Pyre. Hey, Amanda knew what she was getting herself into, okay? She was asking for it, okay? She was totally asking for it.
I have no idea what just transpired. It was wonderful.
I lost track of what number it eventually got up to, but it was above 30. It was above
31
30.
or 32 at least.
Something like that, yeah. It got to some sort of astronomical level. I'm gonna make a note for theoretically, I'm going to quite literally write theoretically, quotes, theoretically 32 cast. As whether that actually ends up happening, that's remains to be seen. 34 says Rumi. No. Absolutely. 32, maybe. 34, no way. Absolutely not. Not gonna happen.
So this is 32 what?
Forecasts, which is the song that has apparently become the favorite song of at least some people hanging out in chat over the past several weeks. So, you know, I'm sure we'll get quite accustomed to that song. So don't worry about that. If it doesn't ring a bell at first, it definitely will come the 29th or 30th time.
It's like one of those YouTube videos where the song plays for 10 hours straight.
Yeah.
And then they have like the anime girl singing on top of the song, and it just goes on and on and on forever.
Chat is insisting that the number was 34.
That sounds good to me. I'm down to listen to forecasts 34 times.
If you insist. If you insist, chat. If we must. If we must. All right, how long are we timing out Amanda for? How long are we going to ban her for? How about, tell you what if we ban her until we are done listening to all the forecasts? That seems like a fitting punishment. I mean, you did it to yourself. And that may be Amanda's response right now. It is I was gonna say, it is a pretty long ban. But 34, 1 minute per forecast, 34 minutes, that's still pretty long. 1 day forecast will appear in my nightmares. It's already happened at this point, I think. I'm living the nightmare right now. Tough but fair. Exactly, Core. You gotta send a message. You gotta... One moment, please. Okay. I think we might be good here. All right. We'll bring Cam back. If I spelled ban correctly. Okay, Cam has returned. Cam has been brought back. Amanda, we're still on the fence as to how long freedom. We're still a little on the fence as to how long we think that Amanda ought to be banned for. So we'll see about that one. Harsh justice is wrath. Perhaps. So, alrighty then. What was the first song on that list of requests, out of curiosity? Oh, well, I mean, I don't know why I needed to ask myself that question. I mean, really, there was about a, 34 out of 36 chance that I was, going to guess this thing, and I ought to have guessed this thing, because as you might imagine, I'm afraid. Oh, that is old TreatBot language. That's current TreatBot language. So, chat, get used to it. Because, although we will actually have some songs interrupting these first couple of forecasts, we're gonna see this for a while. It's also... Hold on. So the bot is going to be really loud for you, probably, just as a heads up, when it first starts out. So I would just recommend that you manually lower the volume. I have it at 74%.
Nah, the bot was a totally reasonable volume.
Oh, okay, cool. No worries. In that case, we will bring TreatBot back. Okay, so that counted as the first forecast, right? We can check one off the list. That counts, right? Amanda has returned? What? Who brought her back? Failure!
Welcome back from banishment.
So, Amanda, we were talking about potentially banning you until the end of all the forecasts. That seemed like a fitting banishment. Or banning you 1 minute per forecast. Wait, what? You're still... Thank you, Phelan. How were you still listening in? Had you been unbanned by that point? Or did you create an alt account just to create additional forecast requests? Oh, I didn't realize that. I honestly didn't realize that. Okay, so all right, Amanda has been in on all the the various theories we were throwing around as to the duration that was most appropriate for her banishment, but she has returned. She has returned. As Phaler said, though, one more forecast, and you're getting banned.
Am I supposed to be hearing two different songs playing at once right now?
Yeah, so now what we do, since we have Tariq going, is we turn off the in-game music. Then we're fine. So Pyre, right? That Pyre thing. I think we were planning on playing that. So, in that case, Wisty, is there a specific triumvirate that you would like to play as?
I'll play as the Beyonders.
Beyonders?
Okay. Do you usually play Beyonders?
Okay. Let me turn you up a little bit, and then I will give you Beyonders here. And do we have anyone else in chat who would like to go against Wisty here? Let me see. Amanda! Sad face! I wrote her can jump in. Okay. And Wisty, just to verify, this is the spelling?
Yeah.
Something like that? Okay, cool. In that case, let's put you Beyonders here, and Irora can jump in as player 2. That sounds good. Okay, and Irora, I assume for you it'll be withdrawn?
Yeah.
All right.
Hello.
Yeah, Rudder, how's it going? I send you a request for an invite. Where'd you go? There you are. All right. Invite sent. All right, Amanda has said this is going to be her last Friday night. Truly is a sad moment in that case. We will miss you, if in fact that is to be the case. But all right, I suppose in that case we can take some additional song requests of the non-forecast variety. So let's see. We have old friends. We have. After that, stained glass, lots of transistor stuff. We have spine. We have more toasting. This is actually going to require that I dedicate multiple pages worth of notes to it. Toasting. Vanishing. Are we just doing the entire Transistor soundtrack? Is that what's happening right now? Because that's kind of what it feels like is happening right now. Traces. I feel like this would just be exponentially more efficient if I were to just say Transistor soundtrack. Water wall. Cut apart. I don't think we've ever had a cut apart request. That is a very short one. In circles. Gold leaf. Yes, it just is basically the entire... Okay, and then we return back to the forecasts. Okay, well. Transistor soundtrack.
Transistor soundtrack, but every time a song ends, it's forecast.
Pretty much. Pretty much. I think that's the idea. Oh, see you, Amanda. Of course, yes, absolutely. Welcome back anytime. Sad moment. Sad moment indeed. Oh, well, out of points. Okay. Hopefully you're still able to stick around later to, or well, at least for the rest of the night tonight, but you will be missed. You will be missed. Okay, so that's a whole lot of talk about songs and transistor soundtracks and whatnot, but we have some Pyre to play. So, oh, and let me actually have everyone's name show up here. There we go. Okay, so amidst all of those song requests, do we have anything directly related to this RITE and the team composition that these two will have, or?
Yes, I have a request. To play as controller.
Oh. Yes. Let's do that.
Yeah.
No worries. Also, I think that the screen is not updating here. Let me give it a quick flip. What?
Screen is updating for me.
There we go. Now you should see the proper triumvirates and what have you. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. I think you're right, Nor. There we go. Now it should show the honors withdrawn. On my side, at least, it looks fine now. Awesome. Okay. Anything else? Or will that be all? I think. Hard to see. Hard to know if there's anything sneaking in there in between all those various song requests that had to do with this upcoming RITE. Oh, a Nor snuck in a forbidden knowledge there? A Nor? Where did that come from? I definitely didn't get that one. Where did that one fall? Hold on, let's see. That was it was it was right as Amanda was getting freed. That's why. That's why. Okay. That's why, I think. Hidden knowledge. Gotcha. Okay. Trying to sneak that one past me, Anor. Alright, I think that is truthfully everything, though. In which case, we don't have any requests for this specific RITE other than the song, so we'll have these two take whatever they want to take for their teams. And, well, it will be our first RITE of the night. So, let's get things started today. And, well, it'll be our first RITE with Wisty. Welcome to the RITE Club.
Thank you.
Why, hello.
You stand within the Book of Rites itself. You have this opportunity to prove your worth. Prevail and earn the favor of the scribes. Prepare yourselves, the others. The withdrawn stand prepared.
Okay, so no request for this one, so you're welcome to take whatever you would like to take here. New font, actually. Oh, I accidentally put a capital letter in the I for Wisty. I might fix that in a second, but it is actually the same font. What I did was I had some sort of very minor things behind the scenes that I spruced up that I think made the font a little bit bigger. And so it is the same font. I think it's just a little bit bigger, so it's easier to sort of see the more obscure features about the font. Yeah. It's just a little bit bigger, thicker outline, what have you. Should still line up. Did a little bit of testing on that, but let me know if it seems like anything is disproportionately sized or is not placed properly and what have you. Okay, so we have a Crone and then Snadra in the first 2 spots for Wisty. Iroder led off with Bertrude, going to mess with our heads. Bertrude in Beyonders, or rather in Withdrawn Clothing. Rainments, making it look like it's Udmilda when it isn't. Then lastly, Wisty going with a Prayer Beads Worm there. I wrote, if you don't mind, before you pick your last exile, can I just... I think I misspelled Wisty's name, kind of, sort of.
Huh?
Wait, I think I just gave you... I'm being nitpicky. Did I make this a capital letter? Did I not? Oh no, I didn't. Never mind. I totally lied. It was totally fine. And then as soon as I tabbed out, someone disconnected. Well done, Lids. Oh, because the game crashed. Lovely. Absolutely lovely. Okay, well, let's restart Pyre. Turns out, it was fine. And the bolded letters made it look like that was a capital I. It wasn't capitalized. Alright, well. Let me get you two back in here. My apologies. Let's see. So... invite sent to Wisty, and...
I'm gonna be so disappointed when, after like all this suspense of like, oh man, you were banishing Amanda from the chat, and then oh, the game crashed, you know, oh, it's finally the first match, and I'm just gonna completely fail.
Ah, no worries. It's, you know, it happens sometimes. Let's see, and I wrote her. Invite sent to you as well. All right, do we want to hard code our arena here to be Book of Rites again? Do we feel like that's...
Yeah, sure.
All right.
Sounds good.
We'll just make it as close of a recreation as we can possibly do.
Did you set player 2 to controller? It looked like it may have still been.
Did it want to give
Joins your
Let's double check. And Core, thanks for gifting the sub to Failure. Very kind of you. No, looks like our router's fine. All right. Should be good to go. Should be good to go. Now Failure has the Essence badge. Ooh, okay, okay. Didn't know you were an Essence guy, Failure.
within the book of rights itself.
Just so happens to be the case.
Each of you seeks to be free from this forsaken land. Try not to let the pressure get to you. Prepare yourselves beyond us. The withdrawn stand prepared.
Alright, so as we were saying, no requests with regard to your team competition here, so you're free to take whatever you'd like. I suppose you could probably take something different this time around if for some reason you've had a change of heart, but up to you. You could just recreate what you were doing last time. So Wisty goes Bertrude first. As does Iroder. Iroder goes the speedy route. Speaking of speed, that's what Snadra is going to be all about here. Then it's Nutrition Stick Palmas. It's true. It's true. Baylor has access to the emotes, the Snadras. Oh, look at this. I do think Wisty is mixing it up a little bit here. Last time I think we saw them go with a worm with prayer beads.
Yeah, because
Boat
last time I
magic.
had a different talisman on Snadra.
Oh, okay, okay. And look at this. Look at this. Already knows Snadra over Sandra any and every day of the week. Who is this Sandra? She doesn't exist. Snadra. Now we're talking. Alright, so that's Tizo with prayer beads. Interesting. Yeah. Huh. Alright, and then Hedwin in the last spot there for iRotor, and here we go. Our first right of the night, and our first right for Wisty as a member of the Right Club. Welcome to the Right Club, Wisty. Here is iRotor getting things started with a Crone Throw for 21 damage, cutting it a little bit short. Here is Bertrude back at it again. She has that speed, remember, but Wisty able to shut it down this time. Big power cast from Hedwin. Oh, and that's a double banishment there. Everyone down to Wisty at the moment. It's time now. iRotor, except Wisty nearly gets someone back in time to intercept, but not quite. So iRotor builds on the momentum here. This time, Bertrude hops straight in for 30. Now, I do believe she had the Tailwind Crest, so she has the speeds, but no prayer beads. So that means she's out for this round permanently. Almost now out as well. Edwin trying to cause some problems there with his big power cast. And iRotor sees all the pins lined up and knocks him down. And throws this one in uncontested for 20. Wisty using the same exiles as Rumi. Look at that. Did you guys just become best friends? Maybe. But iRotor plunges for the win. GG.
GG.
Boat Magic emote's been there for a little while. A month or two at this point. Just hasn't seen too much use.
Fast.
Alright, well, let's head back to just a random stage here, and chat, let us know if there's anything you'd like to see for this next one. Otherwise, we'll just have these two take whatever they want to take. And Enora's choosing Exiles. And I believe from a song standpoint, I think we have 2 forecasts in a row here. Yeah, we do. 2 forecasts in a row, so we'll have forecast number 2. Let me check off the first one real quick before I forget. Otherwise, we will lose track. Yeah, exactly. 1 down, 300 to go. It's not a constant stream of forecasts at the beginning. There's still a lot of them, but it is, we have a few other songs sneaking in there every now and again. Then it's just non-stop forecasts. Ooh. Anor says, Exiles with your favorite title. Not totally sure I know what you mean, Anor. Your favorite title?
Like Sandra the Unseeing.
Yeah. Like that? Is that what you mean, Anor? It's in the bio? Okay, so we can see there at the very least. Alright then. So we have an Exiles request. Not that one, though. Okay. We'll take a look once we get to the actual squad selection screen. Okay. Anything else besides Exiles and the song, obviously? Needless to say, I'm pretty sure we are probably set for songs for the rest of the night. So, no need to worry about those. Let me just give the quick reminder that I've been giving past couple of weeks now when we've had such a long series of song requests. If we still have songs remaining in our queue at the end of the night, we are not going to carry over the songs from this Right Night into the next Right Night because it's just going to be never ending forever in that case. Okay, so titles are in the bio, like the Stowaways, the Faithful Drifter, Almer's the Firebrand, Lendl is the Bitter Rival. Ooh. I don't know. I don't remember any of these. That'll be interesting. Yeah. Okay. Okay, let's get this started then. So it is just picking exiles based on your favorite title there, which means we'll need to open up that bio page, as Anor has instructed us to do.
So what you're saying is, regarding songs, that all of this was just devious plot to deny me my grand ceremony quota?
It's true! It's true! Has that been the reason for the forecast? Has it exclusively been just to deny the grand ceremony quota? Oh, I don't know. How do we feel about that? Feels like Amanda might have secretly been trying to pick a fight with Iroto this entire time. So the bio is what? On the, if you click on the sort of like head next to all the stats in the top part of the page in the middle. Okay. That. The Serpent Queen.
Sorry, I first have to go through all of these because I have no idea what any of these are.
I was gonna say, I have no idea what they are either. Let's see. The Fallen Soldier, the Fast Talker, Faithful Drifter, as Nora was saying, the Little Watcher, all. Honor Seeker, Guilty Sister. Wait, what? The Guilty Sister is Hamatha's name? Wow, that is harsh.
Oh, that's brutal.
Plan Maker
I
for
mean, it's
Volfred.
probably more like the sister that is feeling guilty than any actual
I
object.
know, it's like, it's a lot of blame being tossed at Hamatha right there. Serpent Queen, Silver Tongue for Manly, that is a good one. Wings of Vengeance, that's also a really good one. Raven Commander, Old Chief, Fanged Firebrand,
I love that one.
Chaos Mongrel, Horned Champion, Bitter Rival, Expelled Teacher, Shadow of the Past for Warlock, Perilous Runner, Messenger Imp, Doomsayer, Udmilda,
Love that.
Lendl's Lackey, Orlek's Brethren. Yeah, I imagine the Exile, the Fate. Yeah, for the modded Exiles, probably not as dramatic a description. So Redder chooses to go with Almer. And Nora says that's probably her favorite as well.
Yeah, Fanged Firebrand. That's such a cool name.
Alright, so that is a Prayer Beads Almer there in the second spot for Wisty. So both people saying the Fanged Firebrand. The Little Watcher for Tizo, that is so wholesome. What was this? Wings of Vengeance is so dramatic. And that is a lightning fast Hamatha there. And the old chief, possibly, or Wings of Vengeance. Okay, it does seem as though perhaps people are relatively in agreement as to what their favorite titles are in that case. I don't know, chat, what do you guys think? What are your favorites? But here we go with Teams selected based on people's favorite nicknames. Ooh, Iroder somehow finds a way to sneak in that throw in between some defenders. Slightly less than the maximum damage there, just 16 rather than the full 20. This time, Wisty able to intercept. However, Iroder took the banishing throws and takes out 2 of the defenders that way. And now does make it in for the full 20. Palmer down. Here comes Tamitha, though, and she plunges for 20. No prayer beads for her, though, so she's out for this round. Oh, wait. Palmer seemingly throwing it through the defender that time for 16. Palmer back at it once again. This time, his throw intercepted, and Snadra sacrifices herself. Then Almer teleports the orb, which happened to have been on the Pyre. And so he quickly plunges there. Here's Wisty on the counterattack, though. Plunging with a quick one.
I scored. I actually scored.
Well done! Bertrude doing the trick that time. Here comes Tamitha. Against Snadra. Ooh, and
Good game.
around Snadra go, or rather around Tamitha goes for the winning score.
And what a crushing victory it was. The right is ended.
Right, well, GG. Let's head on back.
Until the stars align.
Pollock. Alright, well, chat, let us know if there's anything you'd like to see for this next one. That was forecast number 2. Check that one off. This next one, this next song is Lids Picks. Lids Picks. So you know what I'm going to do
Should
for that
pick
one.
Forecast.
I'm absolutely not doing forecast. That is the one thing I can say definitively that I'm not doing. That is the one thing I can say definitively I'm not going to do. So get out of here, TariqBot. No more forecast, at least for this brief moment. However, instead, what I'd like to do is actually go back to a song that is in the base game. So we'll turn back on our in-game music here, because there was a question. There was a question as to whether perhaps this whole spamming forecast thing may not have been a coincidence. It may have been a deliberate attempt to sabotage our minimum of two grand ceremonies per RITE NITE quota. So, I mean, if you're giving me the chance, I gotta give Grand Ceremony a chance here. Are we still gonna have the opportunity to hit the quota? I don't know. The queue is, it's 30 songs long still at this point, so is there gonna be time to sneak in another Grand Ceremony? I'm not sure if there will be. But, only time will tell. Only time will tell. And, okay, Iroder, throw in some extra spice into the equation here. Turns Customize off. That, of course, means completely randomized exiles, masteries, and talismans for both players. Won't even get to see what those things are in advance. We're just going to get thrown straight into the action, and it'll be a bit of a guessing game, trying to figure out what they have. So that
Love it.
pretty much covers everything, unless there is a specific arena we want to have for this one. But otherwise, that customize off
Yes.
basically is all-encompassing.
Can I request an arena?
Sure.
The imp one.
Well, I mean, if we're talking chaos. We're talking chaos. Then
Yes.
you gotta have imps flying all over the place. Thank you, Core. You gotta have the imps going all over the place just to add a little bit more to that chaotic equation. Alright, let's do it. So, what will we end up with here?
The Beyonders shall take on.
So let's see, Wisty, Crone, Double Crone, and Demon. Iroder is Worm, Imp, and Sap. So we know the Exiles, of course, but Masteries and Talismans tend to be a lot tougher to figure out. So we shall see. Oh, Wisty
hold on.
is, at the very least, appears to be bugging out a bit here. Iroder, were you having any
you hear
issues
me
there
okay?
as well?
Yeah, like we can hear each other, I guess, but like all the controls are gone.
Okay, let's, I'm gonna kick you both and re-invite you both. and
Cool,
see if perhaps Remote Play wants to get its act together. Hopefully that will be the case. Okay. Invite resent to Wisty. And track down iRotor. Invite sent to you as well. Let me know once you two are back in. I'm hoping that that will resolve
Back.
whatever issues we might have had. Wisty's back?
Yeah.
Okay. iRotor, I think I heard you pop back in as well.
I'm back.
Okay. All right, I'll give you guys a countdown. I'll do a 3, 2, 1, go. And on go, I'll hit the resume button.
Okay.
3, 2, 1, go. Let's just see. It looks like things are back to normal here. iRotor with a last-minute defensive play there. Wisty was making a move on the Pyre. Oh, although Wisty currently defenseless, iRotor time to throw this one in for 15.
Make their mark upon the flame.
So keep an eye out, chat. Let's see if we can figure out what these two have when it comes to masteries and talismans, because it can be quite tricky at times to figure that out. That is Jody on the orb right now. Bertrude. She goes down. Almus for iRotor. Moving in with the orb. He's banished. Ooh, and this is Vorfrit. She goes down. iRotor does have a portal there. Took him relatively close to the fire. Oh, and has Valiant Return there on Lady River. And does have Stunning Claim. Oh, well done at that. With someone coming back from banishment, meant that gave Palmas a bit of a head start on everyone else. And then again, Palmas maybe not the ideal character to have as the only one capable of moving, because he's not exactly a speed demon. Here comes Jody, though. She goes down. That was the last of Wisty's exiles. C does have time, though, for Vorfrit to come back and save the day. Raji down, but here's Lady River. Lady River down. Almost trying to fend off this attack. Wisty has it back now. Vorfrit banished. iRotor threatens the banishment, but leaves the orb. But Jody goes down after she takes it. Lady River, oh, nearly makes it in, but Wisty with the last minute save there. Vorfrit. Saving the stamina. Raji on the prowl. Jody. Well-timed pass gets rid of Raji. But now suddenly everyone on Wisty's side down.
Great sack play.
Time to charge up this throw,
A true aimed
which iRotor makes in for the full 25. Backs it up. Now back over to Lady River. I can't make it past Vorfrit. Here is Vorfrit. Tries to hop over the defender, but gets blocked and banished. As does Bertrude there. That leaves just Jody to defend at the moment. As Palmas starts making his move. Sidesteps that cast and moves in towards the Pyre here. That imp is losing its mind. Vorfrit. Trying to get that stamina back. Jody. Well shielded there from iRotor. Palmas. Surprisingly elusive, though not enough so to avoid Jody this time. Jody gets the orb back, but not for long. Bertrude thinks about taking the orb. iRotor says, nah, I'll nab it though, and wins the race toward the Pyre and has the extra damage on the imp for 25 on that plunge. No prayer beads, so that means that Raji will be gone for this round. That means we know that Raji has primarily left side masteries. It's good to know. iRotor, nearly speeds past the defenders. Back to Palmas, though, perhaps waiting to get some reinforcements. Of course, with Raji down means that, at best, iRotor is at just 2 characters here. Here comes one of them, of course. That throw is short. That is a well-placed sapling. Pinning Wisty in and perhaps giving iRotor enough time to, yes, get this throw off for 25. That drops Wisty to 10. Now, that could mean that 1 score is all iRotor needs here, but of course, there is the RITE Light the 20 rekindling talisman, and there's a chance that either of these players might have that talisman. We just don't know at this stage. Of course, Iroder does have a sap, and therefore there is a decent likelihood that he has at least some rekindling. Jody. Oh, and Iroder wins the race to the Pyre
Game.
and takes the win.
Alright, someone else can hop on.
They overwhelm their adversaries utterly.
GG.
Great games.
It's complete.
That
Thanks for
was
stopping
really
by. Pleasure to have you.
I'll be
Alright.
watching. I'll be watching the stream.
All right. I will, I'll give you a boot out of the game here. Quacha! But of course, feel free to, if you have anything that you want to see people play as or talismans you want them to use, then let us know. We'll make it happen.
Oh yeah.
Not bad for a first timer, I suppose you could say.
GG's. All right, let's reset to our defaults here. And let's
Thank you too for the rides.
let's see if there's anyone who would like to jump in here. Iroda, are you good to stick around? Or do you want to swap out as well?
I can stick around.
Okay. So that means we're looking for one to jump in here against Iroder in that case. And in terms of songs, that was my pick. Now we have... I wrote Snake. I assume that means Snake Soul. That, I forget. There's one of those that we thought we had in here, but actually was not. Okay, we do have it. We do have it. No worries. Thanks for stopping by, Wisty. Oh, look at this. Brawlenbert says Kalimer's Anklet. Okay. Not a talisman that we see people take all that often, and nor perhaps one of the only people we've seen as of late voluntarily take it. Otherwise, it has been pretty much only a talisman that people have used when explicitly requested to do so. But we are still looking for someone to jump in here to go against Iroder, so let us know if there's anyone who would like to do that. Anor can? Oh, it's gonna be a pretty sweet matchup then, I think is safe to say, as is often the case whenever these two face off against each other. Alright, let me get you an invite then, Anor. Alright, invite, did that go through? Yes. Invite should be on its way. Want to see some spicy trick shots. Nice. Nice. Ooh, and then core with the masteries request. Tier 3 mastery banned. Okay. So basically means you can't go all the way down on either side. Okay, this is another way to add to the chaos. Core is saying Carnivau. Okay. Alright, so let's see. We have Kalimer's Anklets, so that means we're going to have at least one Savage per team. You can't go all the way down to the Masteries because that final Mastery on either side is banned, according to Core. We're at the Cairn. And Steam does it again. Steam does it again. Okay, no worries. I can help you out here, Nor. There you go. Let's just double check real quick. Make sure these controls look right to you. Looks good. All right, and Anor, yeah, what do you want to... Do you want to be Nightwings today? What are you thinking? Nightwings? Okay, let me just set you up here. No, that does not mean Accusers Lids. That means not Beyonders. And yes, Nightwings. There we go. Okay. Alright, so that looks like everything in that case. So let's get started. So again, that is Kalimer's Anklet, which means since that's legendary Savage Talisman, you're gonna have at least one Savage on your team. Can't go all the way down on either side of the Masteries for any of your characters, and obviously we're at the Cairn.
Welcome.
Anor's like, before anyone gets any crazy ideas for the next one, let's make sure that we can pick whatever we want on the next one. Fair enough. Alright, so they need at least one Savage. Of course, up to them where they place that Savage. And as I'm sure the person who requested this arena would love to tell you, this is an arena where we do often see people use savages for, well, perhaps a slightly different purpose. And so it will be the stowaway with Kalimer's Anklet in the first spot for Honor, so she's already met that requirement.
Can you try to put me in as controller 1? I'm still controller 2. Cannot move.
Let me see. Let me see. In theory, you have been switched. Okay, looks like both players taking their Kalimer's Anklet Savage first. Bottled Void? Maybe. Maybe. There is another way to make it happen, though. Thor is, of course, fond of pairing Bottled Void with the Stowaway on False Step, but Honor actually tends to do it on an Imp. And I was gonna say, what with the Savages needing to have the Legendary Savage Talisman, that'd mean you'd have to go 2 Savages if you wanted to go False Step, Bottled Void Savage, but if you want to go Imp, it's certainly still doable. Okay, and it's Headwind for Honor. I still wouldn't necessarily rule that out just yet. Not in the first position, at least, you think, Core? Oh, well, there is a Bottled Void, except this time it is coming on a Cur for my rotor. Okay, and here is an Imp. Is it going to be? It is Bottled Void. Okay, brace yourself, chat. Break yourselves, chat. Yeah, the lucky break is going to be the way that iRotor triggers it. So iRotor is going to be trying to, well, get Dalbert banished and then get him to come back with just a 1-second delay and trigger Bottled Void in the process. And Nor is going to do it by sacrificing Tizo, creating a portal, and then using Sacred Bond, the portrait ability that the Nomads provide, where you can bring back your teammates by stepping on their portraits, and in doing so, trigger that Bottled Void. It is iRotor getting things started here with 20 damage plunge. That was with his Cur, though, and that was, of course, the character that had Bottled Void, not Prayer Beads. Of course, Bottled Void being the talisman that sucks in neighboring exiles like a vacuum cleaner and potentially banishes them in the process whenever they come back from banishment, which is actually exactly what just happened there for Honor. Setting up a 20 damage throw for her. Oh, and iRotor with the bold leap forward, but unsuccessful at that. The Carnage, after that series of banishments there, though, leaves plenty of space for iRotor to throw this one in for 20. Yeah, the Anklet may not have a lot of time to shine here if this turns into a more dedicated Bottled Void, right? We'll have to see. But needless to say, this is perhaps about as chaotic a RITE as you can get. Between the crazy casts from the Savages and the absolute nonsense of the Bottled Void triggering regularly. And here comes Honor, except her throw is intercepted. Now it's iRotor off to the races, but there is Bottled Void taking the orb away from iRotor, and now it's Honor, but she loses it. iRotor gets it back, gives it to Ulmer. Ulmer leaps straight in for 20 damage on that plunge. And a race to the orb, and it is iRotor who ends up with it here. Tries to triple hop in with his Cur, but... or double hop, I suppose, I should say, but unsuccessful this time. Honor through the portal, triggers Bottled Void, and that clears out a lot of space. There is Bottled Void at its finest right there. Oh, foul on that interception. We'll have to take a look at the replay, I suppose. Honor with Tizo. iRotor is thinking twice about banishing him, knows that Tizo is the one with Bottled Void, and there it is, getting triggered. And then shoulder smashes the defender, does Headwind. Headwind back with it now. Cuts it a little bit short here, 16 damage on this throw. Which means iRotor still hanging on to a slight lead here. Maybe significant because we have several characters that can score for precisely 20 damage at most. There you saw a little bit of the Kalimer's Anklet triggering. But suddenly, oh, for a second there, Honor was defenseless, but suddenly, The tides have turned, and it's Anor on the attack, and the hockey puck blocks her throw. You do not see that happen very often. Bottled Void. Anor back with the orb here. Eyeing that portal, goes through it. Triggers Bottled Void again, goes through it again. I think just trying to go through it and clear out enough space to get a throw off, and hasn't quite had the opportunity she's been looking for. Perhaps this is it. Because now everyone is gone on Irota's side, so that leaves time for Anor to throw this one in for the full 20. And it's Irota who wins the race to the orb there. But Shoulder Smash from Headwind takes down Almer. Oh, and Irota was about to set up a very dangerous portal. Still has a very dangerous portal, but is not directly on the Pyre. Not going to matter here, though. Irota is still able to plunge in for 20. And that means one more score, maybe all that Irota needs here. Anor needs slightly more than one score. That's what I was referring to with the whole having 24 Pyre life back and Anor only having 20 damage. Oh, Irota with an opportunity here. But Dalbert goes down. And Anor trying to use that Kalemer's anklet, but not this time. Irota finishes the job. GG.
For certain they would not. The ceremony is complete.
GG. What's up, Carrie Jack? How's it going? How's it going? Alright, let's head on back.
Until the next rite.
And chat, let us know if there's anything you'd like to see for this next one. Anor has requested that they get to pick, they being Anor and Irota, get to pick their exiles at least for this next one. So maybe Anor has something schemed up. But let's reset our arena at the very least. And let me take a look at our queue here of songs. Because the list is still never ending. And well.
The anklet causes a savage cast to be reflected off of surfaces randomly. So.
Yes, that's what it does. We only saw it, well, it was hard to see it with all the crazy Bottled Void shenanigans going off every other second.
Yeah. Also not the right arena for it. You want, like, predictable obstacles to do it off.
Yeah, you saw it a few times, but it was easy to get distracted by all the other stuff that was going on. And chat, I will give you one guess as to what the song is now. Let's just say, I'll give you a hint. It is not in the base game. So that means it will be a Tariq bot request. No worries, Anor. No worries. And... oh dear. What time is it? I'm afraid it is that time of day. Once again. Once again. I'm afraid not, Core. I'm afraid not. Well, I suppose, perhaps, it does beg the question. Amanda, if you're still hanging out in chat. So you did request basically the entirety of the Transistor soundtrack. However, you only did that after having given us 34 forecast requests. So does that mean we play 34 forecasts before we get to the rest of the Transistor soundtrack, or do we just go straight to the Transistor soundtrack? Because if we do try to go through those 34 forecasts, I'm not sure we're ever going to hear anything else tonight. At least for now, I suppose we'll keep the forecast going, but that is a question we might need to answer a little later on is, if we want to do the Transistor soundtrack, we probably won't have time if we don't cut the forecasts a little bit early. Alright, so, other than that, requests for this one, like I said, Anor requested that Anor and Irota get the chance to pick their own exiles, at the very least. Don't think I've seen anything else request-wise, though. So I think that means we're jumping straight back in here in that case.
The night wings.
Ooh, Fall of Solium. Okay. Interesting. So they are taking their own exiles. It is basically just them picking their entire teams. So we shall see what they opt to go with here. And Nor, ooh, we saw her experimenting with this a little bit. Was it last week or the week before? Usually we see Nor go all the way down for Numbing Gust on Volfred, but she did not do so this time. Did not do so this time. Went for the Exploding Sapling instead. So we'll see how that fares for her. Then Iroder goes with a Web Lanthorn Imp in the first spot, bringing an Exile back on his side whenever he banishes an opponent. Then Anor takes Speedy Jody in the second spot. Ooh, and it's Banishing Throws there on Messenger Imp for Iroder, so double Imps, at the very least. Nor is a little concerned about that. A little bit surprising there. The direction Iroder opted to go in. Oh, and Nor very aggressive here. Going with a quick throwing Ignarius. And I think that might have been all left side there. So Celestial Spike, it's going to be quick Banishing Throws and also Brazen Mana for the extra damage if she has enough time to get this loot off. Iroder goes 100% Imps, usually well known for being extremely strong defensively, a little bit tougher offensively though. But Nor is perhaps the opposite here. Some big characters that can deal a lot of damage, but when they go down, they're going to be down for a long time. Look at that maneuverability there from Iroder, weaving his way around the defender into the Pyre for 25 damage on that plunge. Now, if you do go all the way down the left side for the Imps, you get that extra 10 damage, and it does add up to be quite a lot. Suddenly the Imps go from the lowest damage characters to tied for some of the highest. Excuse me? What? You can have the saplings explode like 4 times in a row? That was terrifying. Why have I never seen that before? I mean, usually we don't see people take the exploding saplings at all. But has Anor been holding onto a secret strat of some variety? Well, here comes Iroder through his portal, but no luck this time. Anor trying to lock down that portal with the sapling, although Iroder might have just enough space to avoid immediate banishment. It is Anor still on the orb here. Moving in with Volfred. He goes down. And suddenly Anor is defenseless here. That is the greatest weakness of her team. All of her exiles do take quite a while to come back from banishment, and that would have been something she could have compensated for had she gone with Numbing Gust. Maybe that's why she was saying that she was a little bit worried about seeing Iroder's setup here. Keep an eye out for that portal that Iroder just set there, because yes, it is very close to Anor's Pyre. If Iroder does get it back, that could set him up for a very quick score. So Nor needs to be careful here, because this could be just that opportunity for Iroder. Eyeing that portal. Oh, but it got moved. Nowhere near as dangerous now, but Iroder gets the Infinite Stamina for a little while after having gone through the portal. It is the especially powerful version, but once again, extremely dangerous portal for Iroder. So Anor once again needs to be very cautious here. If she loses the orb, Iroder gets it back for what it will be almost an automatic score, and this could be the opportunity he's waiting for. Through the portal he goes, and into the Pyre he goes with the right Imp as well. That is the 25 damage Imp. Orb remains unclaimed. Iroder prioritizing getting a well-placed portal, and does so. Moves that portal back, but takes out the last of Anor's exiles here. Anor, once again with the dramatic explosions on the saplings, almost gets exiles back quickly enough to stop this plunge, but Iroder still makes it in, this time for 15. But will be down Raji for this round, so at best at 2 exiles. Anor tries to make her move with Volfred, but he's banished. Iroder has those banishing throws, putting them to good use here. getting rid of many of the defenders. It's just Volfred now, but even with his shield, he cannot fend that off, except the sapling does perhaps buy Nor just enough time, but Iroder still wins the race into the Pyre. Iroder trying to nab that orb on the edge of a Nor's sapling. Gets rid of Volfred, though. And gets rid of Jody. Just Ignarius for Nor right now. He goes down. Volfred returns, but gets banished by the throws, although that is a well-placed sapling. Does certainly help Anor and perhaps give her some time to set up Brazen Manor, although that is on Ignarius, not on Jody, so it doesn't do her any good here, although this might be the opportunity she's been waiting for, and sneakily opts not to jump, which might have been the difference between making it in there and getting blocked by the defender. So Anor not going down without a fight here, but Iroder still holding on to a fairly significant advantage, one that may get extended here as he throws this one in again with his 25 damage imp, dropping Anor down to 5, which means one more score would likely be all that Iroder needs to trigger Anor's rekindling, but of course remember that she did take Volfred, and she usually goes with the 10 rekindling on him, so we will likely see a small second life bar for Anor if Iroder needs to score. Opportunity here perhaps for Anor though. Jody knocking back one defender, but gets blocked by the second. We're back here. Oh, but can't elude that defender the second time around. Iroder with the orb back here. Thinking about going through the portal, does. Gets infinite stamina when he does so. Helps him get a speed boost toward the Pyre and flies straight in. And that is the rekindling there. It is now Anor's second life bar, which means next score from Iroder would likely be all he needs to finish the job. So Anor running out of time. Does she have an answer? Jody trying to avoid getting banished by the throw. Has been very effective for Iroder using those banishing throws. Gets rid of Volfred with them right here. Ignarius. He has a similar ability. Quick throws and can banish with those throws. Currently Iroder defenseless here. And Anor able to fend off using those banishing throws, and so sets up 30 damage on that throw. Anor at this stage would need 2 more of those, whereas Iroder just needs 1 score. That is, of course, not out of the question. Here comes Iroder, though. Imp flies around and into the Pyre for the winning plunge. GG. You'll love to see it. You'll love to see it. Well played, you two. That is a scary sight. Angry Tizo. That is tough. That is tough when you have a bunch of characters with a very low hope, and then you see your opponent go with a very defensive, high banishing team. What's up, Chewing Dragon? How are you? How's it going? Chewing Dragon is choosing Exiles. Let's see. Barker first pick for both players. Sounds good. Sounds good. Barker first for both players. Anything else we'd like to see for this next one, chat? Let us know. Otherwise, we do, of course, have that question about, as Lids throws his pen, what song do we go for next? Because we have, technically we have, hold on, it is not a never-ending stream of forecasts, but it's a lot of them. It's 15, oh well, let's see, we've already done, what, forecasts? 11 more forecasts before we would get a Forbidden Knowledge sneaking in there. Then after that, we'd have the Transistor soundtrack. Oh no, then we'd have the remaining 19 or however many forecasts. Then we'd have the Transistor soundtrack. So the question is, do we go straight into the Transistor soundtrack, or do we actually try to do all the remaining forecasts? Wanted to see my reaction to it? What, the no numbing gust on Volfred? I mean, I did make a bit of a fuss about it last time around when you did it. It's just because it's just a staple of the team.
Saplings, let's
Exploding saplings. The infinite explosions, yeah. How does that work?
Infinite explosions from beyond the grave.
How exactly does it work? Because are you just like, for some reason, you're able to
absolutely.
explode
I
it
have no
nonstop
idea.
when it's banished? When your sap is banished? No idea.
I mean, you can trigger the absolute from the grave. That's how it works, but we don't know why.
I feel like that raises many, many very serious questions about saps. Saps are capable of saluting from the grave. This is some very very dark news. I feel like we're gonna need to put some additional research into that one. Let's see. Does it only work if the sap is in the first position? I have no idea. Maybe. I don't know. Don't think the position is relevant, but haven't tested it. Okay. No. We'll have to see. Alright, well. What we do have is we have a request for Barker in the first spot. So there's at the very least that. Then, as for the whole forecast situation, I feel like it might just be the right move to... What if we do basically just reverse the order? We go Transistor soundtrack, and then once we finish the Transistor soundtrack, then we'll go and do whatever remaining forecast we have. Because otherwise, we're probably just never going to get the Transistor soundtrack. And so, whereas the forecast is like, okay, there's going to be a big difference. We get 2 forecasts at the end versus 12 forecasts at the end. Probably not going to notice, so... Let's shift over the Transistor soundtrack. I actually don't know if we've tried having TariqBot play a full soundtrack before, to tell you the truth, or at least I don't think I have. So we'll see. Curious how TariqBot responds here. Is TariqBot smart enough to do this? Is the key question. No. That's definitely not it. Okay, attempt number 1, Transistor soundtrack, unsuccessful. Let's see. How about Darren Korb, Transistor soundtrack? That'll be attempt number 2. Oh, except, yeah, I think you're right, Taylor. I think you're right. Taylor, do you happen to have a link for that on hand? If you could track that down, that'd be fantastic. In the meantime, chat, let us know if there's anything else you'd like to see for this next one. We, of course, have the Barker in the first spot request. We will have a song all primed and ready to go. But other than that, we could still have masteries, talismans, arenas, even Titan Stars if we wanted to. Finally, a casual player. Yeah, also, we may have possibly banished Chewing Dragon to the Shadow Realm. At first, it seemed as though maybe it was a temporary thing, maybe it was a permanent thing, we weren't entirely sure. Then we thought we brought him back, but we still perhaps have not come to a conclusive answer on that subject. So
Didn't we succeed last time in playing with him?
I thought we thought we did, and then... Did we actually get him in on a more permanent basis last time? We did?
Fair.
Okay.
Like,
Chewing
I'm
Dragon,
not quite sure what we did again, but
Yeah.
we did it.
Do you remember what the current state of your banishment is, Chewing Dragon? Have you returned from the Shadow Realm on a more permanent basis? Hopefully. Chilling in the fall side? Something like that? Alright, let's see. Let me see if I can track down an actual Transistor soundtrack for us to use for TariqBot. Give me just a minute here. Let's see. Go. Transistor soundtrack. Okay. We could do the original soundtrack, or yeah, we'll just do the normal one. I was wondering if perhaps we try to do the one that's the alternative soundtrack or something like that, but no, we'll do the normal one. Okay. Think Tariq bot will be able to do this. Do it like that. Oh, not on YouTube. Not on YouTube. That is prohibited. Oh, that one. I see. I gotcha. This will work. Hopefully. There we go. Perfect. Okay. Nice. There we have the old friends. Lower than the downside is Chewing Dragon. Have to go through the Fall of Solium. You have to get kicked down. Chewing Dragon's just chilling there with Orlac. Shooting the breeds. Playing cards. Alright, well, let's get started. I think we're good to go here. And I think it is just Barker in the first spot is the only thing we have for this one. Okay, it's the Glade of Lou. And we know it's Barker first, but other than that, it's up to them. So, first spot is likely to be fairly similar between the two of them. Notably, Anor is thinking of not going for the extra plunging damage, instead goes for the Lucky Break, and does take it so that if Barker goes down, he will automatically pass the orb to a teammate. Oh, and then Iroder goes a slightly different route, does not take triple jump, does take Lucky Break, takes Bottled Void. Yeah, Iroder is very much trying to make this work with the Kerr Bottled Void setup. It is a small arena, one in which it might be kind of hard to avoid being within the AoE of Bottled Void, so you know it might not be a bad idea. Stunning Claim, Sacred Bond? Maybe. Seems like Anor is trying to find some kind of way to work around what Iroder's setup is here, but Iroder is scheming something big, it seems. He's onto something. Just a matter of, can Anor anticipate what that's going to be? I know this song is relatively simple in the grand scheme of things, but this is probably one of my favorites as well, of all Supergiant songs. Okay, so Banishing Throws Almer is what Anor settles on. Okay. Look at this. Iroder is embracing the memes, goes with the Kalamer's Anklet once again here. Means that his cast will bounce off walls and obstacles unpredictably. And this is a really small, cramped arena. So that might give might mean a pretty powerful setup for Iroder then. And Anor perhaps looking to do the same in that case. Alright then. This could get very interesting. Then it's a Scribed Rock Lendl in the last spot there for Iroder, and here we go. Some interesting setups from both players. Barker in the first spot, yes. There's the Bright Wisp triggering, automatically passing the orb to one of Anor's teammates when Barker goes down with it. And Iroder tries to teleport to the orb, but Anor still has it here. And can vanish with those throws. There's the Bottled Void going off. Here's Barker. He's blocked. and banished, but Lucky Break triggers, meaning he'll come back quickly, and that actually is enough to banish one of Anor's characters. And Anor's Lucky Break triggers. That means she gets her Cur back, but he goes down. And Iroder hops in here for 20. Anor trying to get some banishments here, and Barrett, just remind me that you made those requests for the next one. Ooh, look at that. The bouncing cast there. It looked like Iroder was safe, but then the cast came sneaking up on him, and he wondered if perhaps it was going to catch up, but Iroder does still manage to get the plunge. Ooh, Iroder wins out on that casting duel. But Anor able to rush down the attacker. Has it now with Ulmer. Can banish with his throws. It really looked like that was going to take out Lendl, but it did not. Anor deliberately trying to use those casts to bounce it off the walls. It is, of course, unpredictable, but that means it's harder for your opponent to dodge. It also means you may not hit your opponent. And that was, at least temporarily, the last of Iroder's exiles, so Anor had a split second there. But Iroder now has them back, although now they're all gone once again, so opportunity here for Anor to throw this one in, and does get it in for the full 20 with the stowaway. And naturally, in case you didn't know, Forecast is, of course, on the Transistor soundtrack, so this is a more organic Forecast, if you will. But it is unescapable. Inescapable. There is no escape. Just ask Zagreus. Oh, and Iroder says, I see there's a defender there. I'm just going to jump over their head. Series of banishments in the middle. Iroder back, though, with his Barker, and plunges here for 20. That drops Anor down to 20. And with no saps this time, and I don't believe any rekindling, means Iroder may only need one score here, if it is for full damage. Here comes Anor, though. Banishes Lendl, and has an opening, and enough time to get the throw off here for 20. But Anor fighting a little bit of an uphill battle here, still facing a relatively significant deficit. Now it's Iroder trying to bounce his cast off the walls. And gets the orb back here, not for long. As Anor reclaims it and has an opening, and plunges straight in here for 20. So Anor starting to make a comeback here, but is of course now down the stowaway in this round. So at best, at just one character to defend, that was not enough to stop Iroder. GG. That map is intense. And it's in fact even a map that, because the obstacles that spawn in do not spawn in symmetrically, at times people have said is significantly harder for player 2 than it is for player 1, so a difficult achievement to get the job done there from the player 2 spot for Iroder. Okay, so I saw we had a few requests coming in while we were in that previous, right? Let me just double check what they entailed. So, Amberic says night legs for talismans? Huh? What is that? Nightwing's only exiles legendary talismans. Oh, Nightwing's legendary. I see. Nightwing's only legendary talismans. Gotcha. Gotcha. And then Fall of Solium. Okay. Anything else? Yeah, only Nightwing's legendary talismans. That covers a lot of stuff, and we gotta get this started right as the song kicks in, right? Ah, but then you got the sermon intro. Fine, we'll add it. But what about the timing? What about the timing, though? Let's try to synchronize it. Alright, so, Nightwing's only, Legendary Talismans only. That, of course, is, no reason not to take Volfred, as Anor goes back to her usual setup here, Numbing Gust, meaning that if all of her exiles get banished, Iroda will not be able to sprint, jump, throw, or use any other special abilities. Iroda, once upon a time, we used to see also take Nutrition Stick on his saps, just that he tended to go... Also, that's Palmist! He is not a... He's not a Nightwing. How dare you?
Sorry, I forgot it.
How dare you,
we
Iroda?
can
No,
restart.
I know he's your usual go-to
I just
sap.
picked it.
I know he's your usual sap, no worries. I know no ill was intended.
It's a free summon intro.
It is. It's true. It's a free sermon intro.
I forgot the knifing part. I only remember the legendary talisman thing.
No worries. I didn't know I forgot about the Nightwings component as well. I'm sorry, Empire. Empire, they just did not... They were not feeling the whole Nightwings only thing, apparently. Here we go, Anor 6 with the same thing. Iroda, you're welcome to take a sap, but if you do, then it does need to be Volfred. And what I was going to say is, once upon a time, we used to see Iroda would always take the full rekindling on his saps, but seems as though we've seen our sap players, all of our sap players as of late, experiment a little bit more with those masteries. We do have one for the angry voice. We do. I forget if it's a follower one or if it's a subscriber one, but it's there. There it is. See, Brawlenbert's got it. It's there. It's there. Breaking out. You know, I'll tell you what, that should be our go-to whenever we mess up with our requests. That should be our go-to. Alright, then it is Ametha using her legendary talisman. That means it is sort of a prayer beads light, has the chance of bringing her back if she plunges while she is airborne, and also gives extra 5 damage if she plunges while she's flying. Anor took, I believe it was, a Tizo there for the infinite stamina, and then last one looks to have been Bertrude, being able to cast through barriers with her talisman. And then it is Jody, able to cast greater distances with her talisman. So here we go. So I wrote her first to the orb here. Pressing forward with Pamitha. We will not speak of these vile atrocities. Wasn't the worst we've seen, but it still counted. Okay, here comes Volfred charging up that big throw, but Anor able to rush him down before he finishes the throw. Look at that additional casting range on Jody. It is quite significant casting range. Now it's Anor charging up her throw, and does get this one off for the full 25. And Anor the one to get the sapling on top of the orb, and somehow sidesteps the cast there from the harp, although Iroda does manage to get rid of Volfred. Anor. Bertrude here. Her throw is unblockable. She got it off, and it is on target. So that's 30 damage there. Fighting for the orb in the middle once again. It's Anor who wins the race. But Volfred can't make it straight into the Pyre with that blink. And so it's Iroda setting up his attack here. Does activate Brazen Banner. Look out for the switch. Here it comes. Blocked. But Jody is still in it and has the orb back. Oh, not for long, though. That would have been dangerous. Anor through her portal. Doesn't take her far, though. So Iroda able to stop that. Tizo's blocked. He banishes the defender and gets it back here. He, of course, has infinite stamina with his talisman. And he's going after Jody. Or is Jody going after him? Well, either way, here's Volfred, and just barely has enough on that throw to sneak it in there for 11 damage. Or banishes 1. Banishes 2. But here's Jody, setting up for Brazen Manor. That gives Iroder extra damage if he can get to the orb, or rather, get to the Pyre quickly enough, although it looks as though it has now expired. Wolfred, biding his time. Oh, look at that evasive maneuver. Can't get past Jody, though. We will not speak of what Pamitha just did. Tizo, Wolfred, Gertrude on the move. Ooh, but she can't avoid Jody. Jody gets her cast flung back in her face by the sapling, which Pamitha then takes out. Ooh, and a switch there. When Pamitha salutes, she can switch places with her closest ally. That is something we saw Iroder do previously to set up the Brazen Manor play on Jody, because when she has Brazen Manor active, she may not be all that mobile, but that gives her tons of damage. And Iroder was trying to set it up there, but now Jody's been banished, so he just goes in with Pamitha directly instead, and if he's flying when he does that, Triesta's Plume will activate, giving him an extra 5 damage, and 50% chance of getting Pamitha back for the next round. Does not trigger this time, so Pamitha is still out. And, ooh, did get that throw off, but it's a little bit short. Gertrude, back. Tizo, just moving up the other side. Sets up a somewhat dangerous portal there. Nor considering whether she wants to go through that or just buy some time to get some reinforcements here. Here comes Wolfred. He goes down, but Anor goes through the portal, yet Gertrude is banished through that as well. Tizo sets up another relatively dangerous portal, but both players without any exiles at the moment. Wolfred's the first one to return for Anor here. It's still a little bit of time before Jody now returns for Iroder. And of course, Pamitha out for Iroder for the entirety of this round. Here comes Anor through the portal, nearly with enough momentum on that jump to make it in, but not quite. Wolfred trying to be wary of Jody, but he does still go down, and yet Anor sends her imp through that portal and gets rid of Jody. Well shielded there from Iroder. Wolfred for Iroder. Anor able to chase him down. Trying to set up a safety zone with that sapling. Waits for the reinforcements. Here they are. Gertrude speeds ahead. Throw is unblockable. Is it on target? It is. Again, for 30 damage, that drops Iroder down to 15, which means one more score may be all Anor needs to trigger the rekindling here, but I believe both players took 10 rekindling on their saps. So we will be seeing some second life bars, albeit ones that are relatively small. Wolfred doesn't need much damage here. Of course, there's no need to go with anything above 15. At least for Anor. Iroder on the attack, but that gets snuffed out. Gertrude. The Wolfred. A little bit of room here. Oh, but well-placed sapling. Gertrude. She's banished. That leaves just Tizo for Anor at the moment. But remember, no Web Lanthorn for Tizo means he didn't bring anyone back when he banished, and that gave Iroder a little bit of an easier time trying to plunge in there, as he still manages to get past Wolfred. So now that means that Iroder may be able to trigger Anor's rekindling with one more score as well, depending on who it is, and in what circumstances. Both of his exiles, if they plunge, can do it. Oh, but there is Anor. Speaking of plunging, going in with Gertrude. And that means Iroder is now on that second life bar. We have seen the rekindling. It's 10, as we were saying. So that means one more score for Anor. Likely all she needs here. She is down Gertrude. And, oh, Iroder trying to cause some trouble there. So if Iroder is to throw the orb, if it is a full damage throw, can of course still trigger that rekindling with one throw. But if it is a shortened throw, then may take 2. Look at that. Oh, Iroder able to push Wolfred off of the Pyre with Pamitha. Last second save there. Numbing Gust activates here as Anor is defenseless, slowing Iroder down. Will that be enough to stop him from scoring? It will not. And with that, we see Iroder, because he had the flying when he plunged in there, the extra 5 damage from Triesta's Plume, triggered the rekindling for Anor, and we are all tied up at 10 Pyre life apiece. This is their second life bar for both players. So next score likely is the game-winning score. Who will it be? Here comes Tizo. He's blocked. Free orb, though. Tizo banishes one defender, sets up a very dangerous portal as well. Here comes Iroder. Bertrude not in a defending position here. That throw may be unblockable. Oh. Anor able to save it though. Those sap throws, depending on the range, may be unblockable. Anor tries to sneak through that portal and make it in, but Iroder saw it coming. Potential game-saving play there. Iroder with a throw. Once again intercepted Anor through the portal. Iroder once again quick to respond though. Both these players with very near game-winning plays, but both players up to the task defensively. Here's Tizo, the Bullfred. No defenders here at the moment. Time for Anor
Okay.
to make the winning score. GG.
A narrow victory, yet nonetheless commendable.
Well played. Crones for the win. Well played.
Until the stars align.
Alright, chat, well, let us know if there's anything you'd like to see for this next one. Of course, we have songs pretty much locked down for the next little while. True Dragon's wondering if he can pop in for a little bit here. Says he has some uni stuff he needs to do, but would like to get the chance to pop in for a little bit. And by that, I'm sure he means play one match, and then do another one, and then another one, and then another one, and then another one, and then maybe another one after that, and then possibly another one after that.
Yeah, I can hop out.
Alright. Well, thanks for stopping by, Iroder.
Play some.
Pleasure to have you, as always.
Yeah, as always.
See you around.
Cool.
Alright. Let's get Chewing Dragon in here in that case, and we will perhaps put that theory to the test. We were discussing as to whether Chewing Dragon has actually been relieved from his banishment to the Shadow Realm or not. So, invite has been sent. Will he actually be able to make the move? And Barrack, you say hold the request. For Brawlenbert says skip the request for customize off. Gotcha. Okay. So we'll see. Invite sent there. Chewing Dragon. Seriously, one. He says. Can we write that one down, chat? Can we quote him on that one? Just one, I swear. Just one more. Just one more. That's what I meant. Would like to hop in relatively soon as well. All right, awesome. Let's see, did the invite go through? True Dragon should have been on its way, I believe. Looks to have gone through.
Hello.
I was gonna say that felt like that was something that was perhaps a bit of an inside thing that the two of you would understand, but it flew over my head.
Hello.
Hey, True Dragon, how's it going? How are you?
I'm fine. I'm fine.
All right,
I
let's.
think I need to change my internet connection so I don't die.
Oh, that. I mean, I don't know how those two things would be correlated, but it perhaps might be a little concerning.
I don't want to be sent to Shadow Realm again.
True. If that's what you mean, then that is definitely
need, like,
understandable.
I need 30 seconds. Please wait for me.
All right, no worries. I'm just gonna set up your name here. Do you want to be the dissidents today? What are you thinking? I think Chewing Dragon usually goes dissidents. I'll remain on the dissidents for now, and if you would like to change, of course. That is all.
I'm playing Dissidents.
Dissidents? Okay, gotcha.
Yeah.
Oh, I reset button. Oops. There we are. Okay.
How do I check if my controller works? Does it work?
Let's see. I can see a little bit on remote play, at least see if it's registering. There's that. It looks like it's registering on remote play, so
Okay,
that's
we'll
a good sign.
I'll be very stiff because I haven't played for like a million years.
I mean, yeah, you've been banished to the Shadow Realm, and as everyone knows, time passes differently in the Shadow Realm. 1 second on Earth is actually, what is it? What is the exact conversion? Is it 27 seconds in the Shadow Realm? Is it 27 times longer in the Shadow Realm? I don't recall. Fortunately, I've not personally been banished to the Shadow Realm yet, but you can never be certain about those things, you know? Gotta be careful. Okay, so I think we are good to go then. We did have a request, but I think that Brawlenbert was saying let's just have Chewing Dragon get the chance to do whatever he wants for this one, so we will keep Customize turned on this time around and just allow the players to take whatever they want to take. So let's jump in. Chewing Dragon appreciates that. Sorry, Chewing Dragon, but that may not save you.
Doesn't matter. Oh yeah, my favorite match. Let's go.
Alright, it's the Nest of Trieste. So Nor goes all left side Pamitha, which means, of course, that she can use the Harp Salute to switch places with her closest ally.
How to play this game? I forgot.
Something orb, something dive or throw into big fire, something
Yeah.
win.
yeah, I think I got it. I'll do
And
my
then it
usual
is
stuff, I guess.
Prayer beats Almer in the first spot there for Chewing Dragon. And a Titan Tooth Headwind in that second spot there for Nor means she will stun anyone that Headwind jumps into. And it's Web Lanthorn Tizo in the second spot there for Chewing Dragon. And last in the stowaway for Nor.
Oh, it's rough. Yeah, I guess it's not a Trieste I can do a thing. Oh, didn't I pick? Ah, yeah, I didn't pick. Okay. I forgot.
Okay, Chewing Dragon going for the Meta Demon setup there. Quick throwing, banishing throws with Jody. So here we go. Showdown between Nor and Chewing Dragon for this one. Almer can't make it past Headwind. Moves up to the stowaway, who can banish with her throws, and makes this one in. Nor cuts it a little bit short there, just 12 damage that time round, rather than the full 20. Nor switches places with the stowaway and teleports to the orb.
Now,
But she goes down. Here's Chewing Dragon. Oh, but into the lava with you. Into the lava with Tizo as well. But Almer has it back. And, oh, finds a way around the defender there. And into the Pyre for 20 on that plunge. Ametha switches places with the Stowaway, but she's banished. Here comes Jody. Jody trying to banish with her throws, but actually ends up banishing the old-fashioned way instead. Edwin is manning the Pyre. He goes down. And Jody banishes another would-be defender, or then gets banished by the next one. Green Dragon sacrifices Ulmer. Gets banished by the throw, but the Stowaway does go down. Green Dragon has it back now. Here's Ulmer. He's blocked and goes flying in the opposite direction. Stowaway banishes Tizo and has the orb back here. Banishes the demon as well. Setting up this 20 damage throw. The Nightwing's O.
Yeah, this happens. No!
Stowaway makes it in here for 20. I wasn't sure, yeah, if True Dragon's name was going to be too big to cover the health. It is, well, as you can see there, it's 33. Yeah, now with the font size being increased a little bit, yeah, I'll make sure to move that a little bit to the side to make sure that people with long enough names can still see the Pyre life. Yeah, it's 33 at the moment for Chewing Dragon. Oh, and there's a hard push into the Pyre for Nor, setting up this 20 damage plunge from Ametha. Stowaway. This time her throw does not banish anyone. Ametha gets it back. Edwin. He's banished. Stowaway. She goes down with a creative strategy there with Tizo, deliberately going into the lava and exploding in the process.
I didn't mean to.
It's okay, you can say it was deliberate. It was totally the plan. Oh, and Tizo causing some trouble over there. Near Nor's Pyre, but Nor gets the winning plunge.
Yeah, bye, everyone, bye.
GG.
Good night, everyone.
Good night. See you around, Chewing Dragon. Alright. So, we're looking in that case for someone to hop in for Chewing Dragon. I think Core was saying earlier that he was interested in getting in on the action soon. So Core, if you are still interested and available, then we can certainly make that happen. Let me just make sure right now that I bump the player 2's name a little bit further to the left. I mean, obviously for Chewing Dragon, what with having a fairly long name, it's most relevant for someone like him, but something like that. Still good to go? Alright. So, yes, Brawlenbert, you had the customize turned off, so we can do that now. Brawlenbert's putting it on the boat as well. Nice, nice. Let me get an invite sent out here to Core while we're at it as well. This is another good one here. And Core is just in time for the boat, which is perfect as a Pyre Hearts player. Core, I assume it will be the Pyre Hearts for you today? Oh, that's not how you spell Core. That is.
Yeah, I'll be Pirates.
Okay, I don't remember, Core, was this... There was a time when I remember you went with a different triumvirate because the colors were pretty similar. Was it this matchup, Nightwings and Pyre Hearts?
Oh, yeah, that's right. Okay, so just make me either Chastity or Dissidence, up to you.
Chastity or Dissidence? Okay. Preference between those two?
No, I said up to you.
Up to me? Okay. I'll make you, let's see. We just had Dissident, so we'll go Chastity for this one. Mix it up a bit. Okay. Yeah, or Nor can switch to True Nightwings, but we've got it. We got it. This will obviously be much easier to distinguish. Okay, so, you know, maybe it means we don't have a Pyre Hearts team playing on the boat, but Kor is a Pyre Hearts player at heart, and that's what matters. Toon Dragon has a request for the next one. All right.
Do you,
Let us know.
do you like my Discord name, Vids?
Hold on. Hold on. Intriga the what? What is your Discord name now?
Intriga the Cosmolus?
Oh, that's a bit of a deep cut there. Excuse me, Chewing Dragon? Chewing Dragon? What? Well, I mean... You know, there is... I was gonna say, Nor, maybe that's what you're getting at. There is actually kind of sort of a way to make that a thing. You know, maybe we'll try that one after this, but we do have the vote for this time, so let's get things started. Customize off, of course, means randomize exiles, masteries, and talismans. Won't even get to see what they are in advance. It's gonna be a bit of a guessing game as we get thrown straight into the action. So, let's get started. Love the song starts right when we get to the boat. Setting the tone here. Let's see. Nor has a sap. I think that was an imp and a harp. The sap is Volfred for what it's worth. Kor is on Gilman, Rookie, and Bertrude, and Plunge is here with Bertrude for 25. So both players getting their favorite exile, it seems. Sometimes it happens with randomized, customized turned off even. Of course, no telling yet as to what their masteries or talismans are. Here's Oxiana. We're waiting to get her friends back. Now switches over to Messenger Imp, and he makes it in here for 15. No prayer beads on him, so he's out for this round. He does have the Harp Salute, Anor has. This throws unblockable. Oh, and that was 38 damage there. So Kor with some kind of damage increasing talisman, and I think that means Kor is, what is it? It's either all right side or all left side. I forget which. Because otherwise that would have been a little more damage than that, right? Oh no, that is right. That is right. He has one master on either side. At least one master on either side. Or that seemingly floating over the Pyre for a second there, then throws this one in for 32. So Nor hanging on with 5 Pyre life, may have rekindling because she has a sap, it's certainly possible. And it's 10 rekindling, it seems. So Nor onto her second life bar now, means next score for Kor may be all that he needs. Trying to find an opening with Gilman, but he's banished. Nor has no defenders against her right now, but is choosing to bide her time a bit, go through the portal. Volfred, oh, fended off one defender, but not the second. And now it's Kor on the attack with Gilman. Tries to sneak past that throw, is short though. Now it's back with Zoxiana. She gets rid of it. And switches into Volfred, okay. Here is Volfred, and temporarily no one to defend against him. Gets it back. Oh, there was a Mooncrest on somebody. I'm not entirely sure who that was, though. Might have been one of Kor's exiles.
It was Mooncrest on Gilman.
Was Gilman? Okay. Nor through the portal. Bit of an opening here, but Kor back in time to intercept that throw. Has it with Rookie here. Rookie speeds forward and... oh, ever so close to finding his way into the Pyre there. Nor back through the portal. Switches into Volfred. Shields off one attacker, shields off a second attacker, shields off all the, or rather, defenders. Or with Gilman. Throw intercepted. Volfred on the Pyre's doorstep. Has Leech. So Nor's back up to 20. Now, is that going to be enough to make a difference here? It may not. Kor on the attack, gets banished. Anor with Soxiana. Now, if Anor can find a way to score and get Volfred back, she has the opportunity to get some more Leech and then and perhaps only then, might be able to get back to the point where she can take a hit from Core and still be left standing with some Pyre life remaining. Saxiana, is looking to go through the portal, but that portal positioning got changed right as she was about to go through it. Running out of stamina as well. Here comes Messenger Imp instead. Ooh, snakes around and into the Pyre for 15. That does bring Volfred back. It means Leech could be back on the menu for Nor. That could be a game changer. Nor waiting for the opening here. Has an unblockable throw, but Nor rushes down the attacker. Here's Volfred. Avoids one cast there, and can't avoid the second, though.
Wait, what is going on?
Hmm?
What?
Look at the range on this cast here for Core.
What?
He's casting the entire length of the arena. Gilman is unstoppable, officially. Excuse me? Well, Gilman banishes because how could he not banish with that humongous cast? And that was the last of Nor's exiles here, and so Core finishes it with that plunge. What was that? Wow, Gilman. Turns out if you play Gilman on the boat, you unlock his hidden power. His true potential. Only on the boat. Only on the boat. Unlocked his anime hero powers. Exactly. Exactly.
Is that a Mooncrest thing? Mooncrest quick draw? I don't know.
Gilman officially OP. I hated it. That is the power of chivalry right there. The leech on Volfred was a very, very interesting little surprise there. You wondered if maybe that would have been enough for Nora to start making a comeback. Nearly did, but well played, you two. I did not block you again, Chewing Dragon. What is this nonsense? Play with the original Triumvirate, you say? Chewing Dragon, trying to make it sound like I'm banishing him again. I did no such thing, I will have you know, Chewing Dragon. Gilman is just built different. That's Chad Gilman right there. Yeah, what does original Triumvirate mean? Does that mean take characters from your group, like Nightwings take Nightwings characters, Pyrehearts take Pyrehearts characters, or what have you? It was the Boat Magic, yeah, so Boat Magic emote and Gilman. And Customized turned off, of course. It was the source of his power. Ruki, Jodariel, Headwind. Okay. For the Nightwings. For both players? Or just for Nor because she's playing the Nightwings?
Do I get Manly, Saxiana, Worm?
I guess that would be the case, unless you're also doing Ruki, Jody, Headwind. For both. Okay, both players. Ruki, Jody, Headwind. Gotcha. Both players with the original Nightwings trio. And then you had the request for Arena, no. So do not discriminate in the Dissidents Club. Okay. Fair enough. Fair enough. But what exactly? How do we interpret Arena, no? Other than I don't think it's possible to go outside the bounds of the arena with the original trio. I think you need a staff. Ridge of Gold. Okay, Ridge of Gold. I'm sorry. There we go. Oh, I'm sorry. You wanted Carnival. Okay, let's get started. Now, customize back on. And now, let us begin. Okay, so it's the original Nightwing trio. Other than that, it's up to you. We'll see if Anor can draw upon some hidden power of her own this time round, what with her being the Nightwings, using the original Nightwings. Does Hedwyn have a secret power that we have yet to see unlocked? Perhaps? Perhaps? Oh, chewing dragon. I suppose you could use the original trio in whatever order you'd like. We did see Iroder was going with Bottled Void on Kurz quite a bit earlier today. But we haven't, I think it's pretty much only been Iroder to have done that Kur plus Bottled Void setup thus far, but perhaps Anor looking to test it out a little bit as well here. He is to use Lucky Break to have Rookie come back from banishment more quickly to make it easier to trigger that Bottled Void. And I suppose if you're getting Hedwyn later on, which we know Anor will have, that could be a way to get Rookie back as well using Sacred Bond. And now the question becomes, with Bottled Void on Anor's side, will Kor choose to go the same route here? He does not. He does not. In fact, goes with a surprisingly defensive Kur. I think we saw, was it the end of, near the end of the previous RITE Night, I think we saw Kor in a customized off match get a Kur with, might have been the legendary Kur Talisman, and some right side masteries, and Kor seemed to be somewhat of a fan of it, so maybe looking to dust it off here. And power casting Hedwyn. Anor took Jody in the second spot, but of course, now we know for both players what that last exile is going to be. Anor will also go power casting Hedwyn. That's a speedy Jody for Anor. And then Ghost plays, and suddenly, I mean, do we even need to play this, right? Let's just sit back and relax, right? Just a nice sip, a citrusy drink. And here we go. Alright, that is a super speeding Rookie heading into the Pyre there for 15, but not 20. Anor did not go down the right side at all. That is a big power cast from Hedwyn. He's looking to continue to do that here, unless he can just take it straight in. He goes down. Meanwhile, Anor is plodding forward here with Jody. She's banished, and suddenly Anor is defenseless. The orb inadvertently hits her Pyre and bounces back out. That might have saved Anor, because that slowed Kor down a bit. Now Anor does have a defender back and is able to banish the would-be attackers. Make that all of Kor's characters here, and that sets up this throw for Anor, which is ever so slightly below the maximum damage there. We will see if that becomes a relevant factor here. That could theoretically mean that Kor might end up with just one Pyre life if Anor scores in the right increments here. Because this is a 15 damage plunge, which drops Kor down to 51. Kor with Rookie. Bring around the Rosie, but he's shoulder smashed. Jody knocks back the defenders and plunges here for 30, and that drops Kor down to 21 now. That means if Anor is to score for full damage with Hedwyn, then Kor would be sitting on exactly one Pyre life. That is the situation that I was describing before. Ooh, and here comes Jody, but she's shoulder smashed by Hedwyn. And Hedwyn has that cast just lingering on the ground that he hops into, because that is what Kor opted to do with his Rookie. Is use him more defensively than you tend to see. And one of the upsides of that is the casts do stay on the ground for longer. Time now for Kor to throw this in. No, it's intercepted. Anor's Rookie does go down, but Lucky Break triggers, bringing him back. Except he gets shoulder smashed and then comes back with Lucky Break once again. And then comes back with Lucky Break once again. He's blocked and knocked back. Now Kor, as Hedwyn, cherry picking here next to the Pyre, throws this one in for 20, but does leech back 10 Pyre life. He went all the way down on the left side of Hedwyn's tree. So that puts Kor back on 31 Pyre life, which is important. That means even if Anor is to score with Jody, Core would still have some Pyre life remaining. And well, there is the 20 damage we expected. However, after having done that leech, Core is hanging on with 11 rather than just 1 Pyre life. But Anor did leech some Pyre life as well with that score, so she also went all the way down on the left side with her headwind. Just trading the power casts here. Or trying to find the opening, gets rid of Jody, and this may be the opening he's looking for. Throws this one in for 19 and 10 leech. Score up to 21, which means, once again, if Norris to score with Headwind for full damage, Core may be hanging on with 1 Pyre life. Rookie does not have enough damage to finish it. Jody does. And here is Jody. Over to Headwind. Jody down. Back to Rookie. Now Headwind. Back to Rookie. Who's it going to be? Rookie speeds through, but he goes down. Here's Headwind. He shoulder smashes Jody. And gets rid of the last of the defenders. Could it be? Yes, it will be. Core hanging on with 1 Pyre life. So you're saying there's a chance. Core trying to pick off some of Anor's characters here with some distant power cast, but meanwhile, Jody hops in for the winning plunge.
Good game.
GG. Sneaky Demon, the biggest character on the field, just sneaks on past. Well played. Okay, ooh. Oh, what do we have here, iRotor? iRotor says a worm with bottled void. A worm with bottled void, okay. Let's set ourselves back to our defaults, other than that. Bottled void on a worm. Anor says she's good for 3 more. Okay, so heads up, if there's anyone else in chat who's looking to get in the future, then we're looking to have someone swap in for Anor in a little bit. Isle of Imps. Isle of Imps. Okay, gotcha. We have an arena. We have talismans. We have an Exile's Request. That covers just about everything, so let's get started. Chewing Dragon is absolutely fixating on this worm right now. Does not matter where that worm is. It could be in the first spot, it could be in the second spot, the third spot, whatever you'd like.
Who shall conduct the rites?
I think we may have broken Chewing Dragon. So Chewing Dragon, I know this may come as a surprise to you, but that was a worm with bottled void. No, it couldn't be. It couldn't be. A second worm with bottled void. Surely not. Worm. Worm. Bottled void. Worm. No. Takes a second worm. Oh, and Core, showing his hand a little bit here, but giving us an indication that he is ready. He is ready to go triple worm. Never mind the fact that he put that exploding talisman on the incorrect worm.
No, I messed up Masters. I'm not going triple worm.
Okay. We'll see about that. Anor does go triple worm. Is Core just trying to trick us here? Or is he actually going to take someone other than Deluge in his last spot? Do it.
Maybe I
Do
should
it.
do triple worms then.
Do it. Do it! It'd be glorious.
Oh, it's terrible with masteries.
Do it anyway! Triple worm. Triple worm. Triple worm.
What do I put here? Right wisp? No. Flash the wisp.
Exactly, Anor. Well, here we go. The glory that is triple worm versus triple worm. Feast your eyes, chat, on what is objectively the best team composition on both sides. On both sides. Yes, you know, they did technically put the wrong talisman on
Oh,
some
you
of
have
them, but
Titan Tooth?
we'll
That's
excuse
not
that.
fun.
Anor did take Titan Tooth and did throw this one in for 14 damage. Anor first the orb here. She's banished though, and that activates Core C's chance here on Deluge. If he can score quickly, he'll get extra damage in the process. And that is 23 right there. So that is exactly what Core does. Anor banished with one of her exiles, but still has it with another. Has infinite stamina suddenly with Deluge, and so she plunges in with him for 15. Lady River also has infinite stamina, as she's now currently the last remaining worm, and here comes the Infiniworms! Glory to Infiniworms! Ooh, but Core with the counter on this throw for 14. And this throw, which is slightly short, orb inadvertently hits Anor's Pyre, bounces back out. She has it back here. And plunges with Seize Chance active, so that's 25 damage then. Deluge, infinite stamina, as he's the only remaining worm, and here come the Infiniworms! There's no stopping them. They cannot be stopped. Eventually they'll find their way into the Pyre, but there's no stopping them. There is no stopping the Infiniworms. There is no stopping the Infiniworms. They're unstoppable. 4. His throw is blocked. Anor has it back and has a worm close to the Pyre and plunges with him. And that drops Core to a familiar place. Sitting on 1 Pyre life here. But Core is not done yet. He plunges for 15 this time. But he is running out of time to get the job done here. Anor just needs 1 more score. There is the Stunning Claim into another Stunning Claim! The Stunning Claim counter! 4 loses his worm that was next to the Pyre, loses the other worm, but now it's Core on Infiniworms. And plunges for 15 here. Anor first to the orb. And had an opening there, did not opt to take it, but has it now for the winning plunge. GG. And there, chat, you see why worms are objectively the best class in the game. Undisputed. Undisputed. No one would argue against that claim.
It sure is a stunning claim.
Oblige the worm that tells you more. Alright, let's see. Now iRotor is choosing exiles. Exactly right. Chewing Dragon. Triple Harp this time. Triple Harp. Okay. Anything else in addition to that? Let's reset our arena. Looks like that may be all, though. all I'm seeing at the moment at least. So why don't we get this one started then? Maybe we'll get a random vote. Is this Chewing Dragon with a... Oh, did we just get... We got a random Isle of Kalimur. Chewing Dragon may have just done a talisman request, but I'm not sure what he means. Oblige the void that tells you what... You mean bottled void? You mean bottled void on one of those harps? I'm guessing that's what that's supposed to be. I'm asking you a question, Chewing Dragon! You're being so cryptic! And now Nightbot strikes back at Chewing Dragon.
We got him, boys.
Thanks for stopping by, Barrick. I mean, Chewing Dragon, if you want to answer the question, do you mean Bottled Void on your talisman request? It's like you're just sending us smoke signals, but I can't really tell what you're trying to say. What is this, Chewing Dragon? So cryptic. Anor does take Bottled Void, just in case. Alright, and Core will do the same, just to play it safe, just in case that is what Chewing Dragon had in mind. We did also see Anor take one of the rings, and is taking the other ring as well. Anor, did you put that first ring on Hamatha? Because you did this a while back, previously, and it did catch my attention. It did then, and if you did it now, then it does now as well. Ooh, Anor. Trying to make a claim here? Anor's like, come on, we've been through this already. Stop giving me a hard time about this. I'm just saying, it's a little surprising to see that the two characters that perhaps hate each other more than any others are the ones that have rings. Call me crazy, but I think it might be impossible. Well, here we go. Both players off to a couple of quick scores there, and Anor keeps on with the quick damage here. The imps are trying to make matters a little more complicated. As Anor is the one who emerges from that fray there with the orb, but blocked here. And now it is Core returning the favor, getting it back and speeding into the Pyre for 20 damage. Oh, Chewing Dragon. Anor, now she's the one plunging for 20 with her harps. No one is the withdrawn. Thank you very much, Mr. Archjustice. And at this stage, Anor may only need one more score. But Anor is currently defenseless, so time for Core. Throw this one in for 20, and keep all of his exiles for the next round. Except there is a wall of imps blocking Core from doing anything right now. Does still fend off Anor's attack. And finds his way around the defender, and suddenly, it is a one-score game for either player. Also, we got Impossible on the Imp Arena, coincidentally. Oh, Anor nearly makes it in, but on the second attempt, gets the winning plunge.
Good game.
GG. Alright, well played. Let's head on back. Okay, and chat, let us know if there's anything else you'd like to see for this next one. I think Anor was saying previously that she was looking to swap out in the relatively near future, so heads up if anyone does want to jump in. Prepare yourself accordingly, because we may be looking to get you in soon. Honestly, Anor, I don't remember. I'm sorry, I don't remember what this headcanon was. Yeah, next one will be Anor's last one. Sister's having something matching. Alright, fair enough. Fair enough, I suppose. The Void is actually a reference for Chewing Dragon's undying love for the dissidents, namely Barker. Okay. Now, I would not have guessed that. I would not have guessed that. Now Chewing Dragon's like, hold on, I need to get back in. I need to get back in. Needs to profess his love properly to Barker. I think that, well, Anor was saying she's looking to swap out soon. Chewing Dragon, how does it sound if we give Anor one more match, and then when Anor swaps out, we can have you jump in?
And if Wisting wants to hop into play Chewing Dragon, step out.
Yeah, Wisty, if you're still hanging around, we could get you back in, give you a different matchup. Who were you playing against earlier? Was it Iroda?
Iroda.
Yeah, I think it was Iroda, right? True Dragon may or may not be getting... You know, it's kind of hard to tell if True Dragon is for real right now or not. Oh, Iroda, we were just saying who you were playing against earlier. But, okay, it sounds like we're still gonna have Anor against Core here for one more match, and then we might switch out Anor for someone else. And fitting, in that case, for us to turn Customize off here, although Anor or Core may have just disconnected, because I just heard the disconnection sound.
It was Anor. I don't know if she meant to.
Was that Anor's parting gift, or did she want to take part in this Customize off match? I imagine she wanted to take part in it. Let's see, I'm gonna resend her an invite. I'm guessing that was not intended. Okay, so of course, Customize Off means randomize exiles, masteries, and talismans. We won't even know what they are in advance. It's gonna be a bit of a guessing game once we get started. So, I say we jump in. Oh, let me just make sure that Anor has controls. She does. Okay, cool. Okay, let's do it. Oh, and it's a random boat as well. Oh, the chaos. The chaos. 2 worms Necrone for Anor. A worm Snadra. Worm, Snadra, and Gareth. Okay. For Core. Now, remember last time Core got a random worm on the boat? We saw, craziness ensue. something odd happening there. Your screen froze. I can uninvite you, reinvite you if you'd like. Don't know if that'll help, but might be worth a shot. Let's give it a shot. Alright, and seems fine now? Okay, good. Alright, I'll do a countdown. I'll do 3, 2, 1, go, and on go I'll hit resume. 3, 2, 1, go. So will either player unlock the true potential of their worms? We're gonna have to see. It might happen. It might happen. Here's an ore with a super speedy worm, and Infiniworms with her double worm. It can work that way. It's not guaranteed to work when you don't have a worm in your third spot, but it could be a strategy at times for Nor. Uses Stunning Claim, which will give her Deluge back, who will also use Stunning Claim, double Stunning Claim as it turns out, and nearly set up Udmilda as the only character able to move, but Core was quick enough on the plunge here with Gareth. No prayer beads on him, so he's out for this round, but Core does still get this throw in for a whopping 2 damage. That might be Stubborn Flame on Anor's Crone. It very much looks like it.
That's very fun.
It is reducing Core's damage by 10 when Anor is behind, and on worms who have a maximum of 15 damage, that's pretty significant. It is taking away 2/3 of their damage, if not more. So here's Anor plunging for 30. And Core is, well, still stuck on a maximum of 5 damage with those worms, as he does still have a slight lead here.
Wait, what?
What? Excuse me?
What was that?
Excuse me? So, the black magic on the boat continues. Folks, I thought I'd seen it all. Clearly that is not the case. Clearly, that just is not the case.
Worms, boat, no cost signs for me. They're just built different.
Just built
0
different.
damage.
0 damage, casts that span the entire length of the arena. I mean, who knows what's coming next? Who knows what's coming next? Snadra. Back over to Deluge, back to Snadra, who, as she is stunned, uses her momentum to plunge for 10. Anor hops in here for 30. And this is the difference here, is Core has scored a lot, or has scored frequently, but so many times we've seen for just 4 or 5 damage. Did have Seize Chance active that time, which did give him a little bit more damage, but Anor is capable of scoring in much larger chunks if she can get the score with Milda in particular. Anor choosing when and where to make her move, and plunges with her worm for 15. That means Core is still in the lead here, and therefore is still limited by the Stubborn Flame, but did have Seize Chance there, which gives him a little more damage, so 9. Crazy as it sounds, I mean, with the worm, he cannot get that unless he has Seize Chance active, so 4 damage on that throw. Anor hangs on for the moment, but a full damage throw or full damage plunge from the worm is just enough damage for Core right now. Of course, his other exiles would be able to finish the job. But Anor starting to run out of time. There's Stubborn Flame if she can get Udmilda. Udmilda's capable of doing it in 1 score here. Her worms would need 2. Here is Udmilda. Moving in. And blocked at the last second. Core on the counter. Gets the throw for the win. Yeah, it was a smart play to keep Stubborn Flame active, it's true. But Core still proves victorious. Maybe not that last part. Maybe not that very last part, but you nearly had it with your Gilda there. And the cursed matches on the boat, they just continue here. Alright, well, that was quite the right. Quite the right indeed. We're gonna have to need to take a look back at how exactly it was. It was a plunge or was it a throw core that you had for 0 damage?
It was a throw. I think it was during Stunning Flame, if I remember correctly.
During Stunning Flame.
And Stubborn Flame, and I just had said +0. I didn't even know it was possible.
Well, thanks for stopping by, Ador. Pleasure to have you, as always. Great matches. And that means we're looking for someone else to jump in here to take Anor's place. Is there anyone in chat who would like to do so? Yeah, Churn Dragon, if you want to get back in, we could. Could get you back in. At this stage, I think it's safe to say we're far enough into the Right Night that we could get people back in who were playing earlier, just as long as we're giving you a new matchup, at the very least.
Hey, can I
Hey,
please?
Chewing Dragon. How's it going? I thought you said just one match.
Please don't bully me, please.
I'm sorry. Alright, we can get you back in. Alright, Core says Canada. And I think we might know what that means Core is planning in that case. But let's send the invite back to Chewing Dragon. Chewing Dragon, who were you playing against earlier today? You remember? Anor? Okay. So this is a new matchup in that case. Sounds good. I assume Dissidence for you again, Chewing Dragon?
Yeah, would you kick me out if it wasn't a new matchup?
Yes, absolutely. We would have permanently banished you to the downside. Or permanently banished you to the Shadow Realm, I should say. You're already in the downside. There we go. Okay. Switch over. And that was the last song of the Transistor soundtrack, which means that now we have, well, see, the thing is, we kind of have, Never-Ending Forecast. We kind of now have Never-Ending Forecast. Okay.
Yeah,
Alright, I wrote her, is this the clip for it? We might need to give this one a look. Can we take a quick peek? Let's see what iRunner has found for us here. Any insights we can get from how or why this happened?
I think what happened is Anor's worm was in the air as I threw it.
Looked like a
and
throw,
so-
yeah.
Yeah, so I threw it as Anor's in the air. So it must have been like immediate, the minimum
Yeah.
amount of damage it could have
You
been.
jump into each other. You were throwing as you did this, for?
Yeah, I must have just tapped jump or tapped throw.
Usually when you get blocked as you're throwing with the worm, the throw
It's
gets
just-
negated. Kind of just gets bounced out. Sometimes it still
sometimes.
makes it through, but...
Yeah.
Huh. And then, for whatever reason, yeah, the throw keeps going and it makes in for precisely 0 damage. So there you have it. Yes, apparently
Could be
it is
Stubborn
possible.
Flame,
It's a real boat moment.
A real boat moment, for sure. Yeah, it has to be primarily because of Stubborn Flame.
yeah. Right. It's probably helps definitely. Yeah, it has to be right.
But even then, usually you have a minimum of 1 damage.
Yeah.
Even with Stubborn Flame. So that's why that is just so odd. So weird. Don't think I've ever seen that one before, but thanks for clipping it, iRotor. Oh man. Okay, so we have Customize turned off for this one at the Canada Oob. Or was maybe planning on breaking out the Bottom Void, but now will not have the choice of setting that up. Are the sigils higher? The sigils are also a little bit higher than they were before. I moved those around a little bit. I I tried to make it so that when the rites are active, the sigil is right next to the exiles, so it kind of looks like a natural extension of that. So that they are placed a little bit differently now. So, I don't know, I haven't seen it too much in action in terms of how it looks compared to the old way, but what do people think? You like this? You like the old way where the sigils were I think a little bit bigger, but they were in the bottom corners? It just looks
Yeah, I
a
think it looks
little
good.
bit. I think my intention originally, I think, was always to have them like this, where they were right next to the characters, and so it just looked like, you know, it was part of that same UI, basically. But they are a little smaller. They are definitely a little smaller. Alright, well, Carnivau, customize off. What? No. Make it sound like we're trying to sell the triumvirates? It does not. It does not. Let's get started.
Okay, let's do this.
There is a Ron emote. I think it's the tier 3 one.
Good luck, have fun.
Good luck, have fun. It's randomized here.
I was
And
not
oh, Chewing Dragon has a cur in the first spot. Is it Barker? It is Barker.
Oh, what happened?
Oh, we're swapped. I'm
Oh,
on the
hold on,
Let's
hold on.
go.
Hold on. Shall we take a second here? I can.
I'm down to keep playing.
You're
I'm
good
down
for
to
it?
keep playing.
Let me just let me swap your names at the very least, so
I
that
like the
this does
color.
not confuse everybody. So we have Thor here has inherited the Dissidents and has inherited Barker in the first spot, which seems so fitting for Chewing Dragon, but no, now it's Core doing that. And I did not even look at what Core originally, and now Chewing Dragon's going to have in the player 2 spot because I was so keen on verifying whether that was Barker. Okay, so, and I added a letter to the word Dragoan, because that's actually the real spelling, in case you didn't know. Alright, and this will be a test as to whether I have moved Chewing Dragon's name enough to no longer block the score. So, we will see. Is it just barely far enough? So that is now Core plunging for 20 here. And Core plunging for 20 with Barker as well.
I think I've met a cur.
That was definitely several hops on that curve. Saxiana blocked. Stowaway hops over and makes in. Oh,
Flame
has
Let's
leech.
go.
Okay, interesting.
Oh, I got lucky.
Lucky break will bring Rookie back more quickly, but not quickly enough to stop Barker here. The Harps collide. Or with the banishment there. His throw does have enough on it for 15. Not a 0 damage throw this time. And once again, it's Barker for 20. Chewing Dragon first the orb this time. Stowaway somehow avoids banishment there. Her throw is intercepted though.
I'm just a pro.
Just a pro. Chewing Dragon banishes one, gets the orb back here, and ooh, quick
I've
score
typed
there.
with a worm.
Moore sneaks under the defender that time with Barker. We will not speak of that score, however.
I always miss the players. I always pick the wrong ones. Nice.
And with that, Moore takes the win.
Dissidents prevail. They do deserve their freedom after all.
GG.
The ceremony is complete.
All right, let's head on back.
I think I had Typhoon Bottle on the worm. That was just terrible.
Oh, that's unfortunate. Okay, and Chewing Dragon, I don't know, are you good to stick around? Do you need to head out?
We can actually do a Bottle Void one, because I think that's why he joined.
Was that the intention?
Nah, I just wanted to do some fire stuff.
Okay.
Just wanted a little bit of fire is all.
Maybe I will be accused today.
Up to you guys. I just ask that when you do choose to go a route, yeah, okay. Stick with the distance. That way I can lock you in here. There we are. Okay. So, talk of maybe a Ball of Void, right? Although I don't think we have any requests left over here for this one.
Can we turn customize on?
Yeah, so let's turn Customize back on before we forget.
By the way, Liz, is it because of me that you have turned off the control in this menu?
No, as player 2. You just can't do it as player 2.
Okay.
Yes, Liz hates you specifically.
I've specifically structured everything around spiting you.
It kind of shows Liz, you know?
Alright, well, let's get started. It's the Blade of Lou, but no requests here, so they are free to take whatever they would like.
Do you have something specific in mind, Dragon? Or you don't care?
Yeah. Give me like 10 seconds in the beginning. I won't score. I want to do one thing.
Okay. But, like, you don't care what I take?
Yeah. Do whatever.
Alright. Chewing Dragon's up to something.
You can choose like curve with a talisman, a cursed one.
Okay. Any
Just take all the
position?
cursed talismans. No big deal.
You
But
don't
that
care?
doesn't matter. Yeah, like I have some, like my most favorite talisman. Where is it? Yeah, this one. Black hoof.
Oh,
Favorite talisman in general, or?
Yeah, it's the most fun one on the curse. You gotta choose it.
Okay.
Well, goes Power Casting Snadder in the second spot. Chewing Dragon looking to follow up on a Black Hoof Barker.
Yeah, I'm already throwing, so I don't know.
So he'll go with Almer.
Pick a curve. Yeah. Let's go.
I guess I see why this is good. Because they have terrible stamina. Right. But they just can't score. So it's like, well, they can score, but it's
Core does oblige.
I just got like break actually.
Give me 5 seconds, I will show it.
You could just like keep jumping basically.
Chewing Dragon's up to something.
Look.
Yes.
Okay.
It's fun.
Yeah.
We're playing
yeah.
volleyball.
Yeah.
Do you have sudden grasp on the savage? No, you have all left side. You have all left side. Yeah. Well, if you put the hoof on the savage and you keep sudden grasping, I think that's more fun. He just does flips.
Okay. Oh my God! Look how high it was. Okay, that doesn't matter. Let's go.
for some more Pyre after this brief intermission. Ooh, big power cast nearly took out the entirety of Chewing Dragon's team. Now it does. Parker does return, however, and he is here to play volleyball, not Pyre, so he has promptly left. And Snadra is back to try to take out the entirety of Chewing Dragon's team, although Parker is also back here to juggle the ball once again.
Oh, I can't cast. I can't cast.
You did take a Cursed Talisman that prevents you from casting on your demon as well. This is true. This is true.
Let's go, let's go.
I mean, Parker is fast. That much is true. But what he can do with that speed, well, there's not much.
I'll kill you.
Oh, the 720 then reverse for another 180 cast. Meanwhile, Core just goes and plunges for 20.
That's how you score with Black Hoof.
That's true, that was with Black Hoof. It is possible. As we just saw, if you pass the orb to a Black Hoof character that's just hanging out on top of the Pyre, it is possible. It can be done.
It didn't work.
Or can't make it in with Manly. Ulmer, round the other way, but not so fast. Snadra hops in here for 20 damage. This is quite the cursed rite, that is true.
I like all
That
the
is
jumps,
definitely
though.
true.
You jump a lot.
Oh dear. Well, I mean, neither of those curves can do much of anything with the orb right now. So they're just gonna duke it out in the middle here. And what exactly is going to happen at the end of this exchange, your guess is as good as mine. Apparently, Chewing Dragon is gonna get banished.
Problem is, it takes forever to actually get your stamina back up.
It does take some of your stamina when you get the orb like that, because it makes you hop.
Oh, it doesn't make you hop.
Well, you were out of stamina that time, but every other time it has.
No, it doesn't make you hop. I'm just jumping.
Oh, okay. Gotcha. Numbing Gust activates here, slowing down Chewing Dragon, and meanwhile Core gets his cursed rookie back.
Or do you full step?
Oh, I have full step.
Full step very good. Full step is really good against apps.
Really?
Ooh, and Manly has a cannon.
I can't
Come
remember
back.
that.
Core needs a minute before he can actually carry the orb. That is a bit of a downside of having plunged with Snadra, but speaking of plunging, this time it's Chewing Dragon, scoring with Ulmer. Core back at full strength means he's no longer relying on Manly exclusively to provide the offense, though he does score here on the throw. The Saps have the range on their throws, but when you get the additional throwing speed, they can become quite effective at scoring with those throws. That's what we saw last time with Core's Manly there, and maybe looking to set something up similar here. A little bit of a dance. A little bit of a dance off. Oh, look at that. I don't know if Manly can match that. But the rekindling keeps Chewing Dragon holding on here.
I can't quick that.
Ooh, double banishment. Parker returns, though.
Hello.
Snadra shoulder smashes him.
Hello.
Parker tries to chase her down, but Snadra wins the race to the Pyre, and Core wins the right. BG. GG? Question mark? Not entirely sure what we just witnessed, but apparently that was Pyre. Apparently that was a right.
Okay, GG, but it wasn't a good game. It was a fun game.
Well, it
The
doesn't
important
act like
distinction there, I suppose. Ooh, okay, Rotor has something planned here.
So,
That wasn't a right, that was a wrong. Occur with Luminous Idol, says iRotor. That is the request from him.
Is it possible to like mod to be able to pick 3 exact talismans in one team? Is it possible?
I'm not sure. You'd have to ask our rotor. I'm sure it probably is, but I don't know. I think it'd be kind of hard to do. The closest we can do right now is have 3 prayer beads with Titan stars.
Oh, true. And everyone says that's all that matters is the cur with the luminous idol. Anything else is up to you. Okay, let's do it then.
Oblige the worm that tells you more.
The Pyre hearts shall now face the disc.
Okay, what does Luminous Idol do?
Welcome.
It gives you a full stamina when you pick up the orb.
Oh, that's cool.
And you saw the arena, and that means it's gotta be Bottled Void for 4. So he's using a false step stowaway, which means if she gets banished at the end of her jump, she will respawn from where she initiated her jump, and in doing so, will trigger Bottled Void. So you will see Core deliberately jump into a situation in which Stowaway will get banished in order to trigger that Bottled Void and cause absolute chaos to ensue. So there's the Luminous Idol Cur in the first spot there for Chewing Dragon. Core still needs to take that in one of his spots. But in the other spot, he will take Snadra with Sacred Bond. That way, he has another way to get the Stowaway back by stepping on her portrait, in case False Step does not work.
This is unacceptable.
Goes to the additional starting Pyre life.
No, let's be fun too. Okay. Wait. Oh. Yeah, fine.
And then it's Power Casting Lendl. And Core has not yet taken that Luminous Idol curse. That's what he needs to take here. We go with a Meta Cur and a Luminous Idol, which means that, as Core was explaining earlier, if you pick up the orb with that character, they will instantly regain all of their stamina. So sometimes we see players throw the orb with that character at basically minimum range to just immediately pick it back up and get the stamina back, giving them a little bit more mobility by refilling that stamina. Then it is the extra casting range on Ignarius in the last spot there for Chewing Dragon, and he speeds ahead and into the Pyre here to get things started. Big power cast, which Core just barely avoids, and makes it in here with the Stowaway for 20 damage on that plunge. We saw both players take additional starting Pyre life. Core with the Talisman,
I can't.
Chewing Dragon with his Demon Mastery. 4 plunges there for another 20, but that means he's without Rookie for this round. There is the Bottled Void triggering. And it took out several of Chewing Dragon's characters. It triggers again there, and sets up this throw, which Core cuts a little bit short there, just 13 rather than the full 20. Chewing Dragon ever so close that time, but can't quite make it in with Barker. Gets Lucky Break, so he comes back quickly, though. There is False Step going and setting up this plunge for the Stowaway on attempt number 2. Curs collide, and Chewing Dragon banishes Core's Cur, and so Chewing Dragon follows up with the plunge. Here comes the Stowaway. That's going to trigger False Step. There it is, and it takes out Ignarius, leaving just Lendl here to defend. Has the power casting, which he uses to get rid of one of Core's exiles, but Core brings them back with Sacred Bond. Chewing Dragon says, enough of that, though.
I missed.
That's the last of Core's exiles, Chewing Dragon.
I couldn't pass. Fuck. Okay, doesn't matter. I'll score with no. Haha, I was joking.
Now it is Chewing Dragon who's defenseless. Lendl comes back at 3, but that's not going to be fast enough to stop the Stowaway here. Parker speeds ahead, but he's stopped and banished, as is Ignarius. Once again leaves just Lendl back to defend. Parker returns. Stowaway, yes, that was, a false step that banished 2. Lots of bottled void here for Core.
No!
And he does end up with the orb after all that. And with no one to stop him right now, so plenty of time to do as he sees fit, has to cut the throw a little bit short, as Chewing Dragon was getting a character spawning back in. Chewing Dragon with a good Luminous Idol play there. There you saw it. Use some stamina through the orb, pick it back up, got the stamina back.
Oh, what?
Oh, and a little switcheroo!
Nice play. Nice.
Stowaway switches places with the defender and ends up in the Pyre. Hers collide. 4 can't quite make it in this time, though. Parker avoids banishment there. Snakes around the Pyre. Oh, and sneaks in. A quick little 5 damage throw. And he's first to the orb this time. He goes down, but Lucky Break means he'll come back quickly. So here he is. Bottled Void removes the orb from Barker's grasp. And Core has Rookie hanging out on top of the Pyre for the winning score. GG. Alright, well played, you two. Let's head on back.
Until the next rite.
Okay, so chat, let us know if there's anything else you want to see for this one. And True Dragon, just to check in, because I know you were saying previously that you didn't have a lot of time. I want to make sure that we're not holding you hostage here.
Yeah, that's why I'm playing one more match and I'm going away.
Okay, one more for Chewing Dragon. So, heads up in chat if there's, with an asterisk, one more. Subject to change, TBD. But, heads up in chat if there's anyone who wants to jump in soon, then we may be looking to have someone replace Chewing Dragon relatively shortly. Okay, so what do we have here? Anora's requesting exiles. Chewing Dragon says Ridge of Gold.
What is Stubborn Flame? Talisman. It's not a talisman.
Stubborn Flame, Dying Flame, Living Flame. Yeah, Stubborn Flame is the prone mastery in the bottom left side that reduces damage by 10. Okay, you are talking about that.
Yes, it is a mastery. That's true.
Okay, and then we can get Wisty back in after
You
that. Okay.
requested talismans, so
I think she might have requested 2 things. Meant to do
Oh, I see.
masteries
Oh,
rather
okay.
than
I see,
exiles.
I see.
Gotcha. Okay,
Okay, yeah,
cool. So yeah, that means you need to have 1 crone, at least, so that you can get the Stubborn Flame. Then you have Dying
Yeah, I
Flame,
get
and you have Living Flame. Yeah, that's
can do
fine.
it.
No worries, Nor. Alright, in that case, let's do it. And Wisty, heads up, when I say Chewing Dragon says 1 more with an asterisk, let's just say that it might turn into 10 more, depending on...
I'm an addict.
Chewing Dragon may be an addict.
you have good taste in stages.
Roland Burt looking out for everyone. Make sure to stretch. Stay hydrated. Thank you, Roland Burt. Okay, so there's the Living Flame.
Nice compliment.
Very good arena. Very underrated arena.
Yeah, I love Ridge of Gold, but what do I need to do?
So you need a crone with the last mastery on the left side is one of your exiles.
And then there's 2 talismans, which is
Yeah,
a
2
living
talismans
dying
that you
flame.
need as well.
It doesn't matter what the order is, yeah?
Yeah,
I
it doesn't
don't
matter.
think it does. Yeah, you can take
and
away
it doesn't
whatever.
matter who has the talismans.
Okay, which talismans?
Living flame and dying flame. So that yellow one.
That one right there.
And then the blue one in the middle, atop middle, blue one.
Just below the claw. Yeah,
Yeah, that one.
those 2.
Okay, cool.
One does damage when you're behind, the other does damage when you're ahead.
Okay, cool, very cool. Let's do funny stuff.
Okay. I'm all for it.
Oh no, what have I done?
I don't know, what have you done? You still have an extra mastery, by the way.
Yeah, but like, it's bad. I'm really sorry. I'm dragging this out. Where is it? Where is she?
Okay, so this will be Core Stubborn Flame Exile here with Bertrude. And also Dying Flame there. So Core at this stage, I forget what he took on his Gilman in the first spot there, but he might be all set with the request.
I took Living Flame. Yeah.
Okay, so yeah, you've met all the criteria already, Core, now?
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Dragon has no idea what's coming next.
Oh man, it's true. Core could do anything with that last one.
I kinda don't care about it.
True Dragon's like, I'm just here for the fun of it.
Well, we'll see about that.
Just here for the lulls.
Yeah, who cares? I'll make you suffer.
Oh, going full rekindling, okay.
Oh wait,
There
this
is the
doesn't
dying flame.
work then.
Alright, so what is this last one for Core? Looks like it's the Stowaway. Huh.
I don't remember what this is.
Okay.
What does it do?
First
Ah.
talisman.
So useless. Okay. And where is it? You. I don't need to pick anymore.
Yeah, you're fine.
Yeah, you're all fine with the talismans. You're all set. Alright, so here we go. Dying Flame, Living Flame, Stubborn Flame. But the thing is, Core cannot pick up the orb with the Stowaway. We were talking about it a little bit before. Saluting toward the orb and not being able to pick it up and just doing flips? Perhaps? That is what Core has in mind here.
No! Okay, that's fine.
True Dragon, fending off the attack there from Gilman. Bertrude goes down, though. And there is the Stowaway doing flips and
Hello.
stuff.
Alright.
Ooh, Chewing Dragon nearly avoided the defenders there, but does go down. 4 on the counterattack is blocked. Still has the orb here. Tries to leap in. Goes down, but banishes 2 of the defenders in the process. Getting a little more space for Gilman to work with here, but he is still blocked.
Sorry, no
And
Gilman
vanish.
stuff.
Gudmilda, no. Over to the Stowaway. She makes it in on this 20 damage plunge.
That's why we power jump. Alright.
Boar's throw is slightly short, although Gilman is still there and banishes all the defenders.
Yes.
Oh no. Boar has time, and so rather than getting a 15 damage score from the worm, moves up with his crone for a 38-point throw. Good presence of mind.
Oh,
Some odd maneuvering there from Gilman. His throw is slightly short. So here's Chewing Dragon now with the Stowaway, who makes it in for 20. Stowaway snipes one defender, but remember, can't hold the orb. She can, however, flip in place over and over again and juggle the orb in the process, which is, of course, objectively the coolest thing that she could be doing right now. She gets rid of all the defenders, though, while the defenders were not paying attention.
you're too cruel.
It's just a distraction. It was all an elaborate ruse. All part of the plan, you see.
Come on, I just want my 23 damage.
No.
Stowaway takes out one of Chewing Dragon's characters, but then she goes down. Manly back to Chewing Dragon Stowaway, but Manly goes down. Manly Stowaway. Banished by the other Stowaway, who juggles the orb. Might be able to juggle it into the Pyre when she's that close.
Wait. Hello.
Gilman now, coming through the other way. Bring around the Rosie. And Gilman speeds through. His throw is still short. With Milda. Her throw is unblockable, but is there enough on it? There is not.
Come on.
Gilman found himself in a similar situation not long ago. It's still banished. Stowaway for Chewing Dragon. Ooh, looked like might have been an opening for a second there, but she does go down. Might have been a chance for Chewing Dragon.
No!
And once again, Core just can't quite get the throws to connect with Gilman. Stowaway versus Stowaway. And Chewing Dragon goes straight on in.
That's why we power jump.
It was all a ploy, exactly. Oh, the throw finally hits the mark there for Core, coming from Gilman. It's 13 damage there. It drops Chewing Dragon down to 11. Does mean that Stubborn Flame is active, which will reduce Core's damage by 10, but Gertrude still has enough. The throw is wide.
Haha, you're bad. Okay.
Oh, except Core nearly
You're
teleported
bad.
to the orb with the Stowaway that was incapable of holding the orb and might have found a way to juggle it into the Pyre, but little switcheroo there. Chewing Dragon sneaks past the defenders and throws this one in for 7. 4 down to 33 Pyre life. His throw this time is short. Stowaway can't make it past the defender this time.
Okay. Hello.
4 banished. Just Gilman here. He takes out Udmilda, and here comes Gilman. Except, don't forget, Chewing Dragon has 50 rekindling. Here comes Core once again. Throws this one in for 15.
I can win it with the Crone.
He does have the extra damage on Crone throws, or extra damage overall. I forget exactly which talisman he took, but he does have the damage on the Crone. Either way, if it is full damage at least. Here comes Chewing Dragon. That throw is slightly short. Gertrude is dangerous. And she plunges in for the win.
Good game.
GG.
I'm staying for one more.
One more, Chewing Dragon says. He's not done just yet.
And that's why we power jump.
Oh, ho, ho.
And that's why we power jump. Let's go. I want to do something quick.
Something quick, you say?
So don't take rekindling.
Yeah. Okay, so what if we do...
Book, maybe?
No,
Focus full.
like,
Tends to be
let's set minimum Pyre life.
It's on death and just do, what's it called? Frozen
yeah,
Soul. 1 HP.
Is it possible?
Yeah.
Oh, it's possible.
Who wins then?
Whoever scores
I
first.
don't know, it's one round.
I just thought that maybe we could do non-sprinting curse. Like one,
Sprinting
yeah,
curse.
like 1v1, like only 2 curse can fight.
And you can't sprint with them?
Yeah, and who scores first wins.
Okay. So set it to 10 then.
Yeah.
We'll set it. Okay, it is mutually agreed upon that they will reduce their Pyre life to 10 apiece. So first score will win. They will have one cur apiece, and that cur is the only one who is able to score. What's up, Harumi? You are back just in time for some craziness. Some craziness. Yes, you are seeing that correctly. 10 Pyre life apiece. This is true. This is true. Chewing Dragon has proposed that they do a sudden death match in which the first score is the winning score, and
Yeah, like no talismans and no masters. So.
no
Okay,
talismans,
okay.
no masteries
And just a 1v1 with the cur.
occur.
Okay.
Like this is like sumo.
No
Okay, and
funny business.
We can't actually sprint though with the cur.
No, we can't.
No
Can't
sprinting
sprint.
allowed.
Okay.
This'll be an interesting one.
We might want to be Ridge then. We want to go back to Ridge.
Yeah, let's go. Let's go.
Bridge of Gold.
Yeah.
Okay,
That's epic.
this'll be a bit of an experiment.
And
We ready?
no talisman. Okay. Well.
Yeah. No, I assume no talismans on the cur. I assume no talismans elsewhere
Dude,
either,
put
unless
on
you
talismans and we'll just get frozen.
Frozen Soul. Yeah. No funny business from those talismans. No passive effects other than Frozen Soul. No sneaking in a little advantage somewhere. Sumo wrestler curve fan art win. Exactly. Get on it, guys. Somebody needs to make it. Okay, so Frozen Soul will reduce the opponent's Pyre life by 10. When your opponent only has 10 Pyre life, it reduces it down to 1 instead. So it means that absolutely any damage here will be enough to take the win. So it is purely just a matter of who scores first.
I just take low resistance.
And so they have agreed that it will just be their curs, a 1v1 of those curs, and they aren't allowed to sprint.
Okay, well, we need to move out these guys. Like, so they
Just get those people out of the way.
okay.
Give curs room to do their thing.
We might want to, but we might want to actually. Okay.
Let's go. Let's go. Let's go.
Cur versus cur. 2 curs will enter. Only 1 cur will leave victorious.
We
Right,
can
must
jump,
mind.
right?
We can or can't?
I don't know. I guess we can.
Okay.
Okay, yes,
stamina.
jumping allowed, no sprinting not allowed. Jump.
I'm scared.
Oh no! And Chewing Dragon with a quick throw seals the deal.
Let's go.
An odd match indeed. An odd match indeed.
Okay, I'm done.
Now, Chewing Dragon is done.
Bye.
See you, Chewing Dragon. Thanks for stopping by. All right.
I'm
So
going to the.
I can kick you if that is helpful. Oh no, you left. You left. You're good. Okay. So that means we're at least looking for one person to jump in to take Chewing Dragon spot. Core, just to check in on you. How are you doing? You good to stick around? You want to swap out as well? How are you feeling?
Yeah, I'm good to stick around.
Good to stick around? Okay. So that means we're looking for one. So Core, who have you played so far today? You've played Chewing Dragon, you've played
Anor.
Just those two? Did you play a third?
No, I think that was it.
I think that was it. Yeah, Arumi. I mean, we haven't had you yet today, so love to get you in. If you're up for it.
If Wisty wants to play,
Yeah,
hop out
we could
for
do
Rumi versus Wisty.
Arumi versus Wisty if Wisty's still interested. Wisty, we are looking to at least get one person in here. Potentially a second person in here. And so, if you want to get back in, we can make it happen. If you're feeling like, I'm good for now, Core is willing to stick around and we can make it work.
Hey.
Hello, how's it going?
Good.
You up for doing a little more?
Yeah.
Yeah. Busy, I don't know how to pronounce your Steam name. Busyegg is in
Oh.
fact Wisty.
Wisty.
Okay, so in that case, we'll have Wisty versus Arumi here. Hold on, let me turn down the forecast a little bit. Freefund is just forecasting a little too hard right now. Here we go. Okay. Now I can hear you more easily. Okay, so let me send you both some invites here. Okay, let's see. Wisty invite sent, and Rumi invite sent to you as well. Okay, and which triumvirates would you two like to be? Wisty, you were going Beyonders before, right? You want to stick with that?
Can I do Pyre Hearts this time?
Sure. Oh, of course you can go Pyre Hearts. Or we've got another one. At least for now. And Rumi will go, just look at this! Look at this! Well, let me just double check who's joined in at player 1, who's joined in player 2. Perfect. Absolutely perfect. We have a Pyre Arts person, jumps in player 1, where we already have Pyre Arts set up. We have Dissonance person, jumping in player 2, where I already have Dissonance all set up and ready to go. It's like we planned it. We totally, totally planned that to happen. It is not just a happy coincidence. Okay.
It is
Totally,
as
totally planned.
scribes
Totally
decided.
planned. All right.
Scribes willed it to be.
Exactly. It was the will of the scribes. So, chat, let us know if there's anything you would like to see for this this next match. We have Wisty was playing earlier today. Arumi, this will be his first match of the day, so you know.
Oh wait, I think I'm player 2.
Are you player 2? Hold on. Remote Play was saying you were player 1. Did Remote Play lie to me? That totally switched. You were absolutely player 1. I witnessed it with my own eyes.
One, and then I was suddenly player 2.
I
and
witnessed
was like,
it with
what?
my own eyes. You were player 1, and then we stated that it was a happy coincidence, and Steam/Pyre was like, absolutely not. Absolutely not. I'm going to attempt to force the issue and see if this works. I'm attempting to set Wisty back at player 1 and Arumi back at player 2. As to whether that is actually going to be the case now,
Nope.
it is not. Steam Roleplay is in fact a fickle being. This is true. So just to confirm, Wisty, you are currently player 2, and Arumi is currently
I'm fine
player
with
1.
being player 2 though. I just said it.
Yeah, we can make it work. We'll just switch around your names and whatnot. And before we forget, let's just bump those back up to 100 because we will forget if we don't. Okay.
I like how I left for like 3 minutes, and then apparently there was a whole right while I was gone because y'all set it to 10.
We may have just done a 10 Pyre Life match that was a little on the unusual side, but that's okay. That's okay. All right, then let me just switch the sigils as well. There we go. Okay, now we're good. So as I think I was starting to say before, so this is Wisty was playing earlier, so Wisty's had time to warm up. Wisty's fine. Arumi. This is Arumi's first match of the night, so, be as merciful or merciless as you'd like here, chat. Don't know if you have any reason to exact some revenge on Arumi.
Is Rumi also world champion or whatever?
Arumi isn't... Arumi, you participated in the previous tournament, right? Arumi was not world champion, so...
Alright,
That
so
is
maybe I
not
can
the case
score
this time around. Got knocked out in the first round. Okay. Oh, okay. Well, Brawlenbert is bringing in the chaos. We're turning customize off. So that means randomized exiles, talismans, and masteries don't even get to see what they are in advance. We're just going thrown straight into the
right
action.
now Masteries is at 0 though.
Oh, and let's reset this though. Thank you for reminding me. Don't give me a sap. Don't give me a sap. Don't give me a sap. Give Arumi a sap. What? Who said that? Triple sap incoming. Watch it give us triple sap on both sides and it breaks the game.
The dissidents
It's the book.
take on
Arumi. No sap. It's a demon and 2 harps for him. It is a harp, a sap, and an imp for Wisty. Arumi, can you move?
Rumi could not move. Here, I'll toss the ball over
Let's pause for a second here. Let me just verify what is happening on the remote plays. Oh, remote play, why do you do this to us? Arumi, tell you what, I'm gonna uninvite you and re-invite you, because I feel like perhaps when we were messing around with trying to switch you back and forth between player 1 and player 2, remote play probably didn't like that. Remote play probably currently hates us. Sling Bolt Harp, or Anora's already on it. Anora already knows exactly what each player has. Okay, let us get Arumi back, like so. The hope being that once we do so, Arumi things will be back to normal. You got an Ashen Cold Demon as well. Man, you guys, very quick-witted. Catch all that stuff. Okay, looks like Arumi is back. So, is this Wisty or Arumi is moving around the cursor? Out of curiosity. Because if that's...
Not me.
That's Arumi, then Arumi... Okay, yeah, you're on player 1. Okay, that's good. That's good. I was gonna say, did we just get them switching places again? And now we're gonna have to flip-flop them once again? No, we're fine. Arumi's supposed to be player 1. It's all according to plan. It's all according to plan, chat. Don't worry. It's all a part of the plan. Okay, so what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna give you guys a countdown. I'm gonna go 3, 2, 1, go. And on go, I'll hit resume. So 3, 2, 1, go. There we are. Both people able to move. It seems like we are fine now. Wisty shuts down Arumi's attack there. And that is now Raji back with the orb, but he's banished. Sets up a relatively dangerous portal, though. Arumi with time, perhaps, to charge up this throw. Cuts it slightly short for 18 damage that time round. And that is Orlek, mind you, for Arumi. That is not a normal demon. So, of course, that means he is now gone for 30 seconds, unless Arumi has a way to get him back, which can be quite an issue. But Arumi does still manage to plunge
Not
here for 20.
against me.
Here is Orlek. He goes down. So once again, he is gone for 28 seconds. Hamatha is gone permanently after having plunged. That means Arumi may be at 1 exile for a very long time here. Time for Wisty to throw this one in with the sap for 13. And as Arumi was saying, did get some additional starting Pyre life from the Talisman. That is why he is still at 117 right now. Orlek does have the speeds, but can't avoid that banishment there. Oh no, no. Arumi, no. Bad Arumi. Don't do that. Of course Arumi gets 2 harps. Of course Arumi gets 2 harps, just so we can do that. Oh, and we see through the portal, perhaps accidentally. Give some space here. Where'd I go? I swear I was over here before. Here's Orlek. He goes down. Bullfred. Raji down. Arumi banished this time. Wisty with Tamitha. Can't avoid the other Tamitha, who pushes her way in here for 20 damage. Orlek again. Huge aura, but he does go down. That was the last of Wisty's characters. There is a bit of a wall here with that sapling, but Arumi can go around, of course, and charge up this throw for 20. And it does drop Wisty down to 2 Pyre life, but of course, Wisty does have a sap and may have Rekindling. We just don't really know at this stage. Oh, and a quick save there, as Orlek was about to plunge. Here comes Volfred. He's banished, though. And that leaves Wisty defenseless at the moment. Oh, Arumi with the BM, but then gets punished for it. Doesn't have time to plunge after all that. Some instant karma for him. And there is the Rekindling. It's 10. So Wisty holding on with the second life bar here. The next score from Arumi would likely be enough to finish it. But here comes Wisty. Plunges for 20 with the harp. Ametha now gone for this round, however. Raji able to chase down Orlek. And Tamitha. So that leaves just Volfred back to defend against the harp, who plunges for the winning score. GG.
Great game.
The ceremony is complete.
Alright, so that was, of course, a customized off match there.
Until the stars align.
But let us know, chat, if there's anything you'd like to see for this next one. Otherwise, we'll turn Customize back on and have them take whatever they want to take. Kept overshooting with Orlek. He is very different from other demons.
The boat map.
The boat map?
Yeah.
Oh, Pyre Hearts, the boat map. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. Good idea. Orlek again? I mean, up to you. He is a lot of fun on the boat. I can't deny that. Has Wisty seen boat magic yet? Well, Wisty, did you witness the craziness that was Core's full arena cast with Gilman when we were on the boat?
The zero.
And the 0 damage throw. We've
saw
seen
the
some
0
pretty crazy
gas.
boat magic today.
Yeah.
We have seen some pretty crazy boat magic. We have not seen much in the way of crazy boat jumps, however. That was not so much the focus of our boat magic previously.
I've
Yes.
loved the crazy boat jumps. I've had a couple of those in our one playing campaign.
It's a ton of fun. And Arumi, you did not hear me incorrectly. That is true. We had a 0 damage throw. iRotor, I think, clipped it in chat a little while back.
Yeah, it's in both Twitch and the Discord.
Oh, and the Discord as well. Okay, so you might be able to track it down there. Still not, I mean, it was definitely, at least in part, because of Stubborn Flame, but even with Stubborn Flame, you're supposed to have a minimum of 1 damage. So somehow, some way, the boat broke that rule, as only the boat can do. Alright, but we have the boat. Other than that, we'll have these two take whatever they want to take. So let's get started. And it said +0 as well, didn't it?
Yeah, it did. It was +0 instead of minus.
Pyre never ceases to break. Alright, so up to you two, what you would like to do with your setup. No requests regarding that this time. Okay, Rumi goes with a quick throwing stowaway in the first spot. Ooh, and Wisty goes Legendary Talisman there on Gilman for the extra jumping range. Arumi checking the scouting report. Okay, so Rumi goes Super Portal Titan Tooth Imp there, so you will stun anyone that he flies into. And Wisty opts for a double jumping Speedy Barker.
Boy, I'm up against wings.
And that is Pamitha in the last spot for Rumi. And a large aura headwind in the last spot for Wisty. So here we go. I would be lying if I didn't say I was somewhat disappointed by the lack of demons here, so maybe not the crazy slam dunk jumps we were expecting, but it is Wisty starting things off here with that plunge with Gilman. We'll see if either one finds a way to get a full arena leap into the Pyre. Well, might not have been a leap into the Pyre, but it did set up this throw here for Rumi. Now Headwind. Back to Gilman. Gilman brings back Barker. Gilman goes down. Barker sets himself up near the Pyre, but meanwhile Rumi's on the attack and plunges for 20. Headwind. Gilman speeds past one defender, but can't speed past the second. Rumi now on the attack. Goes around Headwind and into the Pyre. Rumi goes down here. Wisty just waited for the attack and is now ready for the counter. Pamitha is permanently gone for that round, and so plenty of room to make the plunge there. Gilman. No Barker for Wisty in this round after that plunge. Ooh, and quick move there from Rumi, although Wisty's up for the challenge. Gets Gilman back. Back to Headwind. And here comes Gilman with his valiant return. He's pinned in the corner. And Headwind still needs a little bit of time before he returns. Oh, Rumi. We saw him do it last time with the BM. And this time, once again, we see Wisty get someone back in the time that Rumi is using his taunt. Here comes Gilman. Coming back with infinite stamina. Valiant return and has a bit of an opening here. So Wisty goes straight into the Pyre there with Gilman for 15. Rumi?
Rumi, you good?
Not sure if this is a deliberate defensive stance or if he's not. Controller disconnected. All right, hold on. Let's give him a second. It's out of batteries. Darn you, controller!
Oh, that's the worst. That's why I use wired.
I was gonna say, I also use a wired controller. I mean, is the wireless controller really that much better that it's worth the annoyance of see now you need to go and find the batteries. You never know for certain exactly how long those batteries are gonna last, so you always had that fear in the back of your mind of, what if I lose all the battery power when I'm right in the middle of something important happening? I don't get the chance to pause, and the game doesn't automatically pause when my controller disconnects, and so absolute disaster happens.
Yeah. My best friend, her only controller is a Steam controller. I don't know how she does it.
Ooh.
I can't use
I
that thing.
actually don't know much about the Steam controllers, to be honest. I was intrigued when they first came out. I kind of assumed that they were going to be just a little bit of an oddity and they were going to take some time for people to figure out how they actually should be made.
Yeah. They did the Nintendo thing of just like making it weird.
Yeah. Well, we need to make it unique. So, you know,
I do like the back bumpers on the Steam controller because you can actually like you can just like grip it on the back. As opposed to having like triggers, and that part is neat, but you can get that on a controller that doesn't have the weird sort of like joystick, not joystick.
yeah, so I don't know. I've never tried them. I don't know if I've ever seen one in person. Obviously, seen them show up on the Steam store and what have you, but it seemed a little intriguing. Just seemed like it was probably not the most practical of things. And thus, I opted for the simple, straightforward, wired Xbox controller. I think I just saw the symbol of a controller reconnecting. Okay, yeah, Arumi is back. Perfect. All right, so let's do a countdown here. We'll do a 3, 2, 1, go, and on go, I'll hit resume. 3, 2, 1, go.
It is taken.
Okay, there we go. Arumi is back. Really? I think, or not. Pyre is just black. Oh.
How very fortunate for the
Well, Arumi is disconnected. Oh dear. Alright, why don't we head back to the pause screen here for a second? Disconnected yourself? Yeah. I'll resend you an invite here. That's an odd one. That is an odd one. Oh dear, indeed. Okay, all good now. Pyre is visible, not just entirely black. Okay. Take that to mean Arumi is back in the clear here. So once again, I'll count us down. 3, 2, 1, go. And on go, I'll hit resume. 3, 2, 1, go. And that seems much better now. Arumi with a quick score there for 20. That drops Wisty down to 20. Which means one more full damage score from Arumi may be all that he needs here. Whereas Wisty at this stage may need 2. Depends a bit on who the scorer will be, but there is a 20 damage plunge. That drops Arumi down to 18, making this a potentially sudden death match. Now, Gilman is the one exile who does not have enough damage single-handedly to finish the job, and so he plunges here for 15. It drops Arumi down to 3. Now any of Wisty's exiles could get the job done. For Arumi, I don't recall whether he took the extra damage on Messenger Imp or not. He may not have, in which case Messenger Imp would not be able to do so. But his other exiles would. Here's Headwind. Oh, and for a second there, it looked like he might have had just enough of an opening.
Fuck.
Wisty currently defenseless.
Excuse my language.
Oh, and Arumi with
Great
the
game.
quick counter
Oh man.
for the win. GG.
Oh, that rough jump at the end there got me. Woo!
That was a
That
close
was-
one.
Yeah, that was definitely the closest I've gotten.
All right. Let's head on back.
until the stars align.
Okay, and let's reset our boat. But otherwise, let us know, chat, if there's anything you'd like to see for this next one. Because otherwise, I have a potentially a bit of an idea here. Rumi says I'm gonna bust out the crones if no one requests anything. Okay, let's, in that case, let's do one in which you two can take whatever you want to take. No arenas, we'll just get it completely randomized here. Then, I have something in mind after this.
Fun.
The rare Lids request? What? What is this nonsense? Okay, it's the Ridge of Gold. And no requests here, so you can take whatever you want. Harumi was saying he was thinking about going prone.
I like it.
I believe Harumi has said this is generally his preferred class. Ooh, does go all the way down on the right side for the Crone Salute. That, of course, means he can transform all of Wisty's exiles into defenseless howlers once during this rite, giving Harumi what is essentially a free score. And so Wisty says, alright, if you do it, then I'm gonna do it too. Do I even get Lid Coin? Remind me in a second, Brawlbert. I'll show you. Or remind me at the end of this rite. I'll show you. Then it's Snadra, the power cast, for Rumi in the second spot. The short answer is technically no, but also yes. Okay, so Snadra for Wisty as well. And Webbed Lanthorn on Jody, interestingly, for Rumi, so she'll bring a character back from banishment if she's to banish one of Wisty's characters. I don't know about that one, Core. Ooh, and a super speedy Pamitha there in the last spot for Wispy. Here we go. Crones crash into each other. It is Harumi who emerges from that, although then his crone goes down as well. Now here comes that super speedy Pamitha, and she plunges for 20. Once again, the crones collide, and once again, it is Harumi who emerges out of that, and this time does make it in for 30 damage. I believe both players took prayer beads on their crones. That means that Harumi's Bertrude will return, although no crone to contest with Wisty's Bertrude that time at least. Although here comes Jody, taking out the entirety of Wisty's team. Time now for Harumi to plunge in with his Bertrude. Going around the other way, but that's blocked. Ooh, and Pamitha nearly pushed. Oh, double banishment for Rumi there, but still blocked. Oh, and a snipe from Snadra. Brings back her friends, including super speedy Pamitha, who makes it in here for 20 damage. This time, Wisty opts not to jump. Oh, and then little sneaky play there by Rumi, deliberately does not jump, although nearly snuck in. Wisty still able to recover in time. Yet, down goes Snadra. That was the last of Wisty's characters. That means time for Rumi to throw this one in for 20. That drops Wisty down to 20, which means one more score, maybe all that Rumi needs here. And here comes Bertrude. Oh, except the Feral Curse is ill-timed, because Wisty has the orb here. They are defenseless, but they can get the orb. Wisty brings back Pamitha, who can now defend, but she goes down. And Harumi still does get the winning one.
Forgot about Feral Curse.
It's a nasty ace up your sleeve.
Was it just to loot as Birdie?
I believe so, yeah.
Okay.
It was.
What is it, just to loot as Birdie?
Birdie? Yeah, so it's Birdie Salute, and we see oftentimes players use it as their finishing score, to set up their finishing score.
Yeah.
Until the next round.
GG.
I've literally never seen that happen before since I've only ever played against computer players before.
And they just never use it.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it turns all of your exiles into those howlers, and they don't have an aura, so they can't banish at all. They can't cast. So it kind of puts you in this tough spot where it's like, I can't do anything to stop you. You actually want to, in that case, deliberately try to get one of those howlers banished as quickly as possible. That way, when that howler respawns, it'll come back as your usual exile. So that happened to you with, I think it was Pamitha. And so she did eventually come back as a harp, and so that would have been the only character you could have defended with in that case.
Yeah.
Okay.
Great game. That was really fun.
Good one,
These
good
have
one.
been- these have been kind of close. I'm happy. I
Good
feel like
matches,
I'm
good matches.
learning a little bit.
All right, Brawlenbert, to answer your question, does lids gain lid coin? My answer was no, technically no, but kind of yes. The reason for that might be a little hard to see there. It's kind of small, but see that symbol with the lid coin in the bottom right corner? I don't get lid coin, but that is because I have infinite lid coin automatically. So no, I don't get any, but technically I can still make requests if I wanted to, but
Yeah,
obviously
Lid,
I
what was
tend
your
not
idea?
to. So my idea was, well, so it's starting to get oh, hold on, what is this? Yeah, there are some counters. The Imp Salute allows you to transform an imp from a howler back into an imp, or vice versa, and so that way you can make sure that you get rid of your howler as quickly as possible. There are some ways. It's possible, but it does usually take some planning. You need to know it's coming. But my thought was, so just to check in with chat, it's starting to get a little late. So I do have something in mind, but I also want to make sure that if you guys have anything that you really want us to do before we enter into Liberation Rite Protocol, that you have the chance to do that. Rumi has a request. Okay. You're classic. I think I might know what you mean then. All right, let's do a Rumi's. I'll save mine for maybe that second to last right. I figured that's what it was going to be, a Rumi. Okay,
God.
let's do it. Isle of Kalimer. So the Imp Arena, with both players taking entirely imps. Perhaps this is one occasion where we can make an exception to the never-ending forecast. Does anyone happen to have, say, perhaps a different song, one that we might have heard on one prior occasion tonight, that they would like to request for this upcoming match? Alright, Arumi, if you say so. No, Brawlenbert, that's not what I meant! That's not what I meant! That's the opposite of what I meant. Flutterfly will do. I was thinking impossible, but Flutterfly will do. Is Flutterfly one that we have built in? Or is that the one that we technically don't have? No, we do. Okay. We'll give a brief pause to the forecast. Technically we didn't have 100% forecasts in the queue, but it was like 99% forecast, so we just went all forecast. So we'll just tell Tariqbot to leave for the moment. Just for the moment. For the thematically fitting Flutterfly.
You know what's kind of funny / annoying? My favorite track on the Pyre soundtrack is actually not on the official soundtrack, because what it is there's a specific part in the campaign where the wagon theme and Wolfred's theme like overlap. Like they have like the guitar from Wolfred's theme and then like the drums and the synths from the wagon theme, and it's really cool. But since on the soundtrack, the official soundtrack, you just have Wolfred's theme and then wagon theme. So the only way to hear it is by playing campaign.
Huh.
or by digging into the game audio files and recreating it?
Well, we do know a few people who have done that on a few occasions, so it's not completely outside the realm of possibility. So,
yeah, my friend showed me.
maybe we can make something like that happen. But anyways, for this one, we've got Allocator, we've got Flutterfly, we've got all imps for both players. Let's make it happen.
Flutterfly is so good.
The dissidents.
Interesting workaround, Rumi.
The Pyre. Welcome. Who shall conduct?
Okay, so all imps, of course, but it is up to you two how you would like to spend your masteries and your talismans. That will, of course, be the key distinguishing factor. And as I am obligated to say, every time we see an all imps showdown,
Tizo.
the imps tend to be very strong defensively. The question is, what can these two do? Find a way to make a difference offensively. Alright, so that is a super portal imp over there. Ooh, Narumi, bold strategy. Goes with the black hoof. First talisman. Misty goes speedy with the second imp. And of course, Web Lanthorn on Messenger Imp there for Rumi. Oh, heads up, you accidentally switched exiles there. Lady River snuck in. Trying to steal your talismans. Don't know why you didn't just take the legendary talisman instead of the cursed one. It may objectively be a better version of the one that you took, but you know, whatever. Whatever. Sometimes you need to mix it up, you know? Sometimes you just have to mix it up a little bit. And so Wisty does take that legendary Imp Talisman for Infinite Stamina. And here we go with an all-Imp showdown. Hyla Kalimer, Flutterfly, so maximum Impage. Ooh, Arumi sneaks through the portal and plunges here for 25. That is another key, is if players can make a point of plunging with their exiles that have the additional damage, they're scoring 25 rather than 15 when they do score, that can make a difference over time. Does certainly start to add up. Well, Rumi flies in, and that is 25 damage in.
I see Arumi has definitely practiced these.
This may be one of Arumi's favorite setups. Nice room. Back for Wisty. Arumi The imp happens to knock the orb into the imp that cannot pick up the orb. For me, eyes the portal, goes through it but gets banished, but that portal gets moved and is perhaps even more dangerous now than it was before. Big banishment there. Arumi sees the orb
Oh, damn it.
and seizes the orb.
Drop by accident. Oh, man.
Messenger imp. Now Raji. Ooh, nearly found an opening there, zigzagging through the defense. Rumi with the orb back here, and goes through the portal, and plunges for the win.
The dissidents prevailed.
GG.
It was a glorious
Good
performance,
game.
I
That
must
flew
say.
by. No pun intended.
The fight is ended.
Alright, well let's head on back. And chat, let me know if you have any specific things in mind you would like to see for this next one. Otherwise, as I said, I do have an idea. Something I'd like for us to see here. Rumi does it every time he is partaking in the rites. Alright, well, let's set ourselves back here. Well, actually, I think we're technically back onto, I assume, more forecast. Which means let's turn off the in-game music. So yeah, chat, let me know if you do have anything in mind for this one. Otherwise, I do have something that I would like for us to try out. That is true. If you wanted to kind of sort of control the orb while still having all three of your exiles with their auras, then maybe in that niche scenario, maybe the black hoof can be helpful. Like that one time there's the imp that knocked the orb into your black hoof imp, and so it just stood there and the orb was flying straight up in the air, bouncing.
You said there's no more song choices, right? Because we already had so many requests.
I mean, we could. I was not keeping track of exactly how many forecasts we had, in case that wasn't clear. I did not do that. Oh, Nightbot has gotten mad at you.
Yep. Oops.
Is there a specific song you had in mind?
Yeah, the Mancer's Dilemma. I just tried to link it to save you trouble since I know you're using the Discord.
Let's see. Is that
Bastion.
Sebastian? Why do I not remember the name of it? Okay. Alright. In that case.
The harp in Forecast reminded me of the harp in the Mancer's Dilemma in Bastion.
Huh. Okay. Alright.
I haven't listened to that one in a while.
So good. I'm sure I would recognize it once we play it, but... Alright, so in that case, tell you what. Let's do Mancer's Dilemma. We'll do chat. This will be the third to last match, but for this one, this will be the last one in which we take requests from you all, so let us know if there is anything you'd like to see. Then for the next one, we'll do the thing that I have in mind, and then we'll go to Liberation Rite. Because I'd like for us to sneak in something here. And I'd like for us to be still doing the forecast when we're doing it. So let's just, while we have this stuff going on, while we have the Bastion song going, I need to tell Treatbot to play this song, is the way that that works, not just name the song. There we go. Oh, this one. The one from the memories. Okay, so like I said, let's have this one be the last rite in which we take requests from you all in chat. I'm going to sneak in one of my own after this one, and then we'll go into Liberation Rite.
I
Anything we'd like for this? Or, I mean, I suppose we could just have this be a do whatever you'd like, right? That also works. Okay, not seeing anything other than, obviously, the song, so in that case, sure, we'll just have these take whatever they want. I think I hear the boat. I do hear the boat. So, as we said before, we have witnessed some absolutely insane boat magic today. However, there is one key piece of boat magic that we have not yet witnessed to the extent that I feel as though we ought to witness today. And perhaps Arumi has the right idea here. Orlek with super speeds. Will we perhaps see an appearance of Air Orlek, the downside's only airline?
Is there any way to... Oh, I can just select a different...
Yeah, you can select a different worm if you don't like the masteries you took.
Oh, I can choose
And yeah, Lady Riverside over there as well. Okay, so I think we saw Wisty go this route last time we were on the boat, taking in a worm with the legendary talisman for the additional jumping range. And I'm liking what I'm seeing here coming from Arumi. It's a bit of a theme, because that is demon number 2.
You are going to very quickly learn that I have never played Orlek.
That's okay. There is one purpose, and one purpose alone, for having Orlek on the boat. And Arumi may demonstrate, and hopefully, upon demonstrating such a feat, it will become readily apparent to you what that purpose is, and shouldn't be too hard to at least attempt to repeat that feat. But it does, of course, take a little bit of boat magic.
Crushing the Yellowstone.
And here is what appears to be demon number 3. Scribe Rock for Ignarius, so larger aura. So Rumi's all set and ready to go. And then it is a super high hope Barker in that last spot. And here we go, we're back on the boat. It's Wisty first to the orb here. But Orlek takes out 2 of the opposing characters. Here comes Orlek, look out! Oh, so close! So close, Arumi! So close to being so glorious. No prayer beads on Orlek means he's gone for this round. Arumi is locked and loaded with more demons. And that one was, well, not nearly as dramatic as the previous one. Wisty with Orlek. He goes down. Oh, well, Orlek goes flying backwards that time. Only he was going in the other direction. Rumi, you may be onto something here, though. You may be onto something. Orlek gets the stamina back. Ooh. He's got the right idea. He's got the right idea. So close. So close. Just needs one additional little boost there. Oh, but not this time. Not this time. Wisty says, enough of this nonsense. Here comes their Orlek. Plunging for 25. Oh, and Rumi took a whole bunch of starting Pyre life. So now Wisty's Orlek is gone for this round, and Arumi is back to the fundamentals here. By fundamentals, of course, I mean testing the laws of physics. Like so. For whatever reason, it feels like Orlek is jumping farther when he goes backwards, and not as far when he goes forwards. Which is no good. No good. Well, Wisty does plunge here with her worm. Her worm for 15. That is, well, Orlek, once again, trying to do what he does best, but Orlek versus Orlek. They collide and do a little ring around the rosy in the air, and, of course, take each other out, because what else would they do? Okay, Wisty currently defenseless, which gives Arumi time, a little bit of time, to try to set this up. Orlek is, of course, the preferred demon when it comes to trying to fly the entire length of the arena, but it is still possible to recreate some of the magic with other demons. Orlek versus Orlek. Maybe this time? No, not quite. Gonna take more than that to get the job done. Lady River has an angle here, speeds on in for 15 damage. Rumi sidesteps the cast with Orlek, gives it another shot here. Oh, that one had potential. That might have been the closest one yet. Not this time, though. Wisty, giving it a go. Not that time. Helps to throw. I don't recall whether they have Celestial Spike on Orlek. Don't think they do. I think we would have seen the name pop up. Jody retreats. Sets up the jump. Not this time. Oh, although an alternative route perhaps may be in the cards here. Oh, Jody banishes the defender, but it has to be the full-length jump, of course. It just has to be that way. There is no alternative, you see. Oh, that one came close as well. Rumi with a quick throw. Wisty gets it back, though, with their Orlek, and now over to Barker. Currently by himself, and Orlek's going to take a whole lot of time to return. Though fortunately, Barker gets lucky break to trigger here, so he returns quickly, although Rumi jumps in here for 25 with Orlek. I'm trying to think as to whether people have generally had more success with the demon jumps on the boat from the left side or the right side. Is it inherently easier to do so as player 1 or player 2? I don't remember. I think in the past when I've done it, I've tended to be player 1. That may just be that I've spent more time playing on player 1, and it would be just as feasible on player 2. Well, meanwhile, Wisty sneaks in there with Lady River for 15 on that plunge. Orlek for Rumi. Retreats. Gets up the jump. Oh, got over that third patch of water that time. There was some potential there. Looked like Arumi may not have been all in on it, though. Looked like he may have backed off a little bit. Ooh, not quite. But does see an opening. And that's what Arumi wants, just needs to be going in the other direction when it happens. We've seen him, certainly on that occasion, take flight. And a few other occasions where he's come close! We'll give it to him. We'll give it to him. I missed! GG. GG.
Thus end this night's proceedings.
Code magic is so stupid. Hey! Watch your mouth.
Until the next rite.
Or like actually respawn during that time. Alright, so, chat, I have one thing that I would like us to do before we go into the Liberation Rite. So, I was thinking for our penultimate rite, what if... I mean, do I need to type in the request? Do you want, like... Okay, ready? We're gonna make it a... talisman request. Then we're gonna go... here. Okay. And... oh, also... blanking on the name of this talisman, but... I will describe it. Yeah, so Flame Leech and Righteous Flame. What's the name of the one that gives you the additional starting 30 Pyre life? Blanking out on that one. Ashen Coal. Yeah, so Ashen Coal, Flame Leech, Righteous Flame, 2 Curs, and... I'm trying to think what that last character ought to be. Can't remember, though. Nomad? Left side? Is that right? Corey, you might be... I mean, those of you who have been around may have figured out what I'm going for here. But, is it left side Nomad? Oh, left side... Yes, I see what you're saying. Yeah, left side Nomad. That makes a lot of sense. Yes. Alright, well, we'll throw in a Masteries request. If it showed up... Except it's, like, not visible for me because it gets cut off because I don't have a big enough screen for it. Alright, you know, we'll just throw in a... we'll just throw in something else here that will take the place of a Masteries request. Yes, so 2 Curs, 1 Nomad, all left side, then the 2 Leeching Talismans, as well as, which is Righteous Flame and Flame Leech, as well as Ashen Coal. I can walk you through that once we get to the squad selection screen, but that's the idea. That's the idea. Let's do it.
The dissidents.
I like
And
how
it's
the
on the
loading screen mentions the Karen of how just for the stage to not do that.
Alright, so 1 Nomad, 2 Curs. Doesn't matter where you take peoples, but up to you. The Cur Masteries, up to you. Talismans are the 2 Leeching Talismans, which are both on the far right side, either Flame Leech or Righteous Flame. And also Ashen Coal, which is in the top left corner. Oh yeah, put the Leeching Talismans on the Curs specifically. So put Ashen Coal on the Nomad. Is it Nomad first position? I didn't think it was. I thought it was a Leeching Cur. Pretty sure it's Leeching Cur in the first spot. No, really? To trust Core? Alright, maybe Core knows better than I do.
Welcome. Who shall conduct the rites?
or rather, Amanda does do Kerr first. Okay. So yeah, I think we go Kerr first then. Yeah, put Kerr there in the first spot. Oh, and we're supposed to switch back to forecast. Hold on, 1 sec. I forgot. Back to forecast. No more Mancer's Dilemma. 1 second. 1 second. I misspelled something. I misspelled the word forecast. Well done, Lids. Turns out it only has one C. Lids, how do you spell? I don't know how I spelled it with 2 C's, okay? It happened. Okay, let's make one of those Kerrs Dalbert. Let's make one of those Kerrs Dalbert. I mean, it's fine. You don't need to restart. You're right. I mean, you both could make your second Kerr Dalbert. You still could have done it.
Versus the Pyre Lords.
They were actually just doing that to get a different map
That's secretly the plan.
The rights.
for some reason.
No, 2 Kerrs, 1 Nomad. Oh, where did the... Oh, there it is.
Darkbird.
Yeah, so go Dalbert. Give him one of the leeching talismans. That one has disappeared. It might be hanging out on Barker, my guess.
Oh.
Yeah, it is.
Oh, okay.
Darkbird.
When the voice says Delbert, it almost sounds like Dogbert, which would be
Dogbert.
an amazing name for a character.
So then that one there, yep.
Like
Get
this
a
one.
leech. Flame, you got it. You got it. Dogbert Temnate. It's true. It's true. Alright, so last one is a Nomad. And this is the one that's going to have Ashen Coal. It's all left side on the masteries. That way you're still getting the leech.
Headwind.
Almost forgot to go with Snadra.
Right, right. And there we go. Alright, so maximum leech for all players. And here we go. She only has 15 glory. Oh, did we restart the right so Snadra got kind of sort of a little bit bugged out? Yeah. I know we've restarted this right several times, but Wisty does have a Snadra that is significantly weaker than he should be, so I think we might want to restart this.
Oh, how come?
Snadra has a bug where if you restart the right, she will at times have just 15 glory.
Because of the
presets, I think?
balancing in the default thing.
Yeah. Preset masteries.
Shall take on the Pyre.
It must be right! It must be right.
Who shall conduct the rites?
Hey, wait,
What
what are you doing?
Rumi?
Vids isn't one of the
Oh,
ones.
Rumi? Excuse me? Leeching talismans? Rumi's like, now I'm gonna see how many times we can restart this right to see if we can set a record.
The dissidents
We've had some ones that have gone quite a bit longer than this though.
hearts.
5th time's the charm.
Who shall conduct the rites?
Fur with leeching talisman. I mean, if you consider how many times Forecast has looped today, we have probably already reached that number.
Dalbert.
Okay, other leeching talisman. There we go. Good, good. Leeching talisman on Barker as well. So now nomads with Ashen Coal. All left side masteries, so that they have a leech for them as well. And okay, there we go. Now I believe we've set this up properly. So maximum leech for both players as Arumi gets us started here with the 20 damage plunge. And in case you couldn't tell, yes, the intention here was to have both players playing using Amanda's go-to team. So of course, she is known for being the person who maximizes the leech the most. He comes back in time to block Snadra and actually banish her here. But no stamina to avoid banishment from Barker. He goes down. Edwin gets rid of Dalbert. Ruki sidesteps that cast and speeds around the Pyre and goes for the throw. But that's intercepted. Oh, and a triple banishment from a Curry. You don't see that every day. Rumi wins the foot race, then goes down. Snadra banishes one, banishes another. That leaves just Dalbert back to defend, and Snadra perhaps with a little bit of time here, although look at this. Both of Rumi's characters come back simultaneously. Except now, they're both gone, leaving just Dalbert, but he cleans things up here. Sidesteps that cast, and tries to hop past Snadra, and does, for 20 damage. But of course, although Rumi's off to a quick start here, as is the case whenever you have as much leech as both players have here, there is no such thing as having a safe lead, because, well, you can leech back your Pyre life. And Wisty does so here, by plunging for 20, and getting 10 Pyre life back. Rumi returns the favor. Here comes Headwind. He's banished, though. Now it's Snadra's turn. Snadra against Ruki. Snadra nearly gets rid of Rookie, does so this time. Now Snadra goes down, that leaves Barker. Weasels his way around the defender, in for 20 on that plunge, and should leech 10 Pyre Life back for Wisty. But Arumi plunges for 20 and leeches 10 as well. Headwind down. That leaves just Rookie to defend, but he does so here. Does so successfully. He goes down, but Headwind returns. He has the orb. Arumi may wait to get some reinforcements now with Rookie. He goes down. Headwind by himself once again, and he's banished. So Arumi defenseless at the moment. Oh, but Arumi somehow sneaks in, takes the orb. Albert. Outrun Headwind and makes it in for this 20 damage plunge and reaches 10. Arumi goes round the other way, but not this time. Snadra waits for the cast to pass. Can't speed past Headwind. Sniping war here, and Arumi says, well, I'll take the orb while we're at it. And yes, Headwind also has Leech from his masteries. Snadra. Arumi speeds in for 20. Of course, both players have a maximum of 20 damage with all of their characters. So that means Arumi would need 2 more scores, but if Wisty is to score again here, then of course they can get some Leech. And that could change the equation. But there is 1 plunge for Arumi, dropping Wisty down to 5. 1 more score would be all that Arumi needs, barring additional Leech from Wisty. And this might be the opportunity for Barker. Oh, he ran out of stamina, but he had just enough speed to make it in there. And that does get Wisty back up to 15. It is still enough that if Arumi is to score here, he could still win with 1 score. 1 more plunge or throw from Wisty could make it so that Arumi needs 2 scores, however. But Wisty currently defenseless. And Arumi plunges for the win.
Good game.
GG.
Adversaries proved no match for them. The right is done.
Alright, well played, you two, and as I was saying, that was a way to honor Amanda's final Rite Night. But now it is Liberation Rite time. Core, you are correct. You are correct. That means this time we will turn off the forecast. No more of that, because we're going back to the in-game music for this one. This time, we've got ourselves, of course, some good old-fashioned Never to Return, and tend to go with the Player 2 iteration of that, so we'll go Pyre Heart's Never to Return here. This will be our final rite of the night, our Liberation Rite. So that means no requests in chat. We will be doing this rite at the Fall of Solium, Never to Return, sermon intro on, and our players, they'll just take their best teams, and we will finish things off in style. So, without further ado, let us begin.
The time is nigh, exiles. You heed the summons to the fall of Solium. You have this opportunity to prove your worth. Let us see which one of you is more deserving. Dissidents, stand prepared. Firehearts, stand prepared.
Alright, and as I said, this will be our final rite of the night, our Liberation Rite, which means no requests. Both players free to take whatever they would like. That means go for whatever your go-to strategy is. In Arumi's case, that is a quick Udmilda who has, well, quick throwing Udmilda, who has that Crone Salute, meaning she can transform Wisty's exiles all into defenseless howlers once during this rite. And Wisty will also go with a Crone, but instead goes Stubborn Flame to reduce Arumi's damage by 10 whenever he is in the lead. Also takes the legendary Crone Talisman to cast Through Barriers. And it's a power casting Snadra. And for Wisty, it is a Prayer Beads Gilman in the second spot. And Arumi also goes Gilman in his last spot. Oh, and this looks like we could potentially have some very similar teams out here. Wisty goes support Snadra, and here we go, our final ride of the night, our Liberation Rite, Arumi on left representing the Dissonance, Wisty on the right representing the Firearms. Here we go, best of luck to you both. And it is done. GG.
Awesome game.
Well played, you two.
That was so much fun.
And with that, like I said, that was our final rite of the night, our liberation rite. Thank you, everybody who participated in the rites today. Thank you, everybody
Thank
who
you
gave
for
us the
hosting.
request today. My pleasure. My pleasure.
It is not only is it night and day between playing against computer and playing against people, but it's also night and day playing a match versus playing with like your incredible casting and just like hearing you describe what's happening. It's so exciting. I love it.
Thanks. Well, anyways, I'm gonna duck out of Discord, but I will see you guys next week. So, adios.
Oh
Good
shit,
night.
these are every week?
Every week? What? Yes, indeed. Yes,
That's awesome.
indeed.
Thank you so much. Hope you have a wonderful night.
You too. All right, let me boot everyone from the game so that we do not hold them hostage. They have been booted. But I'm not done with you yet, chat. No, no, no. I'm afraid not. Let's throw this screen on real quick. Thank you all for watching. This was, of course, Pyre Community Rite Night, which we are doing every Sunday. It is brought to you by the Rite Club Discord server, which, in case you did not know, is the place for all things multiplayer Pyre, and you can join that group by clicking on that link right there. My name is Lids. I'm hosting these Rite Nights every Sunday. I'm also doing other streams on this same channel, doing some Mass Effect 3 Legendary Edition on Fridays, doing Mass Effect 3 multiplayer on Saturdays, obviously Rite Night on Sundays, then on YouTube, Lids Vids there as well, posting the VODs for all of those streams. So if you missed anything, you want to catch up on that stuff, you can check it out on YouTube at Lids Vids. Also doing some Gwent videos on YouTube, the Witcher themed card game, as well as some Thronebreaker, which is the Gwent campaign. Even doing, as of recently, Bastion playthrough of that. So you can check that out on YouTube as well. Just recently finished our Hades playthrough, and so in our weird chronology, we're going from Hades to Bastion. Don't ask too many questions, okay? Okay? But other than that, of course, if you haven't done so yet already, you can hit the follow button to get a notification for when I go live. You can follow me on Twitter at LidsVids. I post there when I go live as well. But the best place to stay up to date on all things Lids is my own Discord, which you can join by clicking on that link that Arumi has kindly provided right there. But that's going to be it for me for tonight. So thank you all for watching. Hope you enjoyed the stream. And I'll catch you next time.